Sonne scheint, ein leichter Geruch von Motoröl in der Luft. Die vorgeheizten Reifen sorgen für die richtige Brise in der Nase. Und wir sind in der Eifel. Es ist ADAC 24 Stunden Qualifying-Zeit. Und wir freuen uns ganz besonders drauf, dass Sie dabei sind, dass wir gemeinsam an den nächsten 2 Tagen für richtig viel Rennaction in der Eifel sorgen werden. Ja, das 24 Stunden Qualifiers. Ich glaube, mich kennt man mittlerweile, wenn man den Kanal eingeschaltet hat. Weil die junge Lady neben mir, die ist neu bei uns im Team. Welcome. Herzlich willkommen in der Eifel.
Hallo Leute, ich grüße euch hier neben dem Master of Moderation. Mein Name ist Meltem und ich unterstütze heute den lieben Patrick und greife ihm so ein bisschen unter die Arme. Weil ich habe gehört, da muss man mal frischen Wind reinbringen und das ist heute meine Aufgabe.
Wir sind mal gespannt, wie schnell der kleine Tornado neben mir die Boxengasse hoch und runter unsicher machen kann. Aber wir haben, um einfach auch zu den nackten Fakten zu kommen, 128 Autos, die heute Morgen schon ins Qualifying hineingegangen sind. 124 haben sich qualifiziert, zweimal Audi in der ersten Startreihe. Das war nach den ersten Metern. Also es ist ein Vorgeschmack für das, was uns heute, was uns morgen erwartet. Und natürlich zum großen Highlight des 24-Stunden-Rennen. Dann hier in ein paar Wochen, wenn die Eifel, wenn die grüne Hölle richtig am Leben ist. Meltem, was erwartest du denn von dem größten Autorennen der Welt?
Also ich muss echt sagen, ein Rennen mit so vielen Klassen auf einer Strecke gibt es nur hier. Und ich darf ein Teil davon sein, mit euch zusammen das Ganze begleiten. Also ich bin unfassbar gespannt. Das heißt ja jetzt noch nichts. Das heißt, morgen ist auch nochmal Qualifiers und dann geht es ja am 1. und 2. Juni richtig zur Sache. Also wir sind gespannt, würde ich sagen.
Wir sind gespannt und nicht nur wir sind gespannt, sondern natürlich auch.
Yeah, good afternoon, John, and everyone else. Yes, indeed, and for the first time ever, John, the N24 qualifiers now count towards that championship, which is it's NLS, it's called now, but it is still organised by VLN. I think with some of the older schools still call it to VLN, which is great for the first time. And I've always thought it a little bit of a misnomer, as you think of, John, calling it when they didn't actually count for anything. It's just sort of get your eye in, isn't it? Sort of staying match fit, ready for that big race in May.
And these two this weekend. Notably, we've got 1.1 more kilometres to drive because we used the full Grand Prix circuit to the bottom of the hill, although we used the Hoek rather than the full Mercedes AMG Arena. So the situation is that our lap times are a little bit longer than what we'll have seen for the early rounds. I've got a couple of house notices to come up. We had what was supposed to have been a 2-hour qualifying run to set the grid this morning. For this race. Tomorrow we will have the top qualifying, which means we'll have cars going off one at a time, separated by a few seconds, and we'll bring that to you live as well. But in the qualifying this morning, there was a couple of incidents which meant there was an awful lot of barrier repair, so we didn't get anywhere near lap record pace this morning, and as a result, I'm afraid we have lost one car, that being the Hyundai of the Wilhart Rike Kim Drale Hyundai i30N. They had a big off at Wipperman. You don't have small offs at Wipperman, necessitating a lot of barrier repair, and that car can't be repaired, so we will not see that car this weekend. So strike off the number 486 from the, 130 that we had on the original entry list, although I found a car this morning that I couldn't find on the entry list. We'll come to that later. Couple of slaps on the wrist. The BMW, the family Prince Kroll car, the 207, disregarding a code 60, and also the number 4 Mercedes AMG GT3, same offence. Now they've been put to the back of the starting grid for disregarding the code 60s. We've also had a code 60 disregard the Pro Sport BMW number 178. That will have to do a drive-through at the end of lap 1, so I presume that will be that must have been a more egregious braking. And a couple of other cars that had their fastest laps cancelled. The 123 GT3 Cup 992 car, it's one of the Cup 2 cars, of which there are many, speeding in the pit lane. So that lost its fastest qualifying, and someone got pushed back as well, some positions, 5 places back. Now this is the very interesting. There's an additional couple of drivers in this. In the number 55 KTM Crossboard GT2, which was quickest in its class. I think it might be the only car in that class actually this morning, and that has got Sebastian Vettel's brother in it, who has driven here before, of course. He drove for Get Speed, if I'm not mistaken. So they've been pushed 5 positions back. Grid here.
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Wir sind ja auch schon zusammen gefahren auf einem Auto und jetzt, das kommt nochmal nach. Ja, jetzt fahren wir quasi gegeneinander auf unterschiedlichen Autos, aber ja, also nicht gegeneinander. Er fährt natürlich vor mir mit dem Auto, aber ja, ihr wisst schon, was ich meine.
Wir wissen, was du meinst, und wir wissen, dass du echt, glaube ich, auch viel Spaß hast. Wir sehen immer ein breites Grinsen. Peter, bei dir ist der Spaß manchmal auch ein bisschen ernst.
So, Patrick down at the front of the grid, speaking in German at the moment to some of the drivers at the sharper end of the grid. Peter, this, as I said, is absolutely crucial for teams to get a little bit of testing in, as much as anything else, testing on the Nordschleife. Well, you can go and do some of the days, etc., but it's not like the it's not, there's nothing like having 130 cars out there, and some of these guys haven't driven for quite a while. I was listening this morning when I think it was Chris Mace was saying he hasn't driven here in a year. Since the main race last year, because not all of these drivers do the rest of the VLN. So, you know, this is absolutely crucial for them.
Yeah, but of course they'll spent the winter playing Forza Motorsport, won't they? Learning the circuit. I jest, but obviously simulator work. But no, you're absolutely right, John. There's nothing like actual competition, is there, to be out there with it all around. You say you can do as many test days, as many simulations, and all teams do all sorts of variations and permutations of these things these days. But there's nothing like physical, actual competition, the heat of the moment, the battle. Something going wrong in qualifying, as you say, just even something as simple as a puncture that you pick up and it costs you time, because it's such a long lap around here. You know, we're talking 8 minutes is always the ADAC's sort of magic time. They want that not to be beaten. Other people have other ideas, of course, because they're racing drivers. But you get a puncture at sort of, let's say Hatzenbach, the beginning of a lap. You've got an awful long way to go, keeping out of everybody else's way with a car that's disabled, as it were, and needs to get it back. So there's nothing like having that real-time experience. And I think Bruce and I have said it many times. I'm sure you have, John, on this program. Of it's data collection, it's data gathering, it's information all the time, it's experience.
Did you, in your times racing here, and you raced here several times in the 24-hour race, was there a test stroke qualifying type weekend then, or did you just jump into to one of the VLN stroke NLS races earlier in the season?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you look on the internet, you'll find all the photographs of that, and they're in black and white, of course. Some of the other ones are sepia. But no, there wasn't.
I like the nice watercolours.
Exactly. Yes. Hand tinted. Yes, I know the ones. But yes, I think lithographs and more of them. But no, there weren't test days in that way. And of course there wasn't also then the advent of, I jest about Forza Motorsport, but you can get an idea of a circuit, of a layout. It won't teach you lap times or bumps or bits and bobs and all the real greater depth, but it will get you to know what's coming up next. So you can have that mind map of knowing what's coming up next, but it's nothing like the real thing. So no, I mean, my first ever session here was a qualifying session for a 24-hour, straight in.
It was,
and bear in mind, in those days, John, it wasn't long ago, we had, I believe, I can't remember the exact figure, we need to look it up, but it was over 260 cars, I think. 240 or 260 cars.
The first one I went to do commentary was 2007, and there was 230 cars by the time we got round to the start.
Yeah, sounds about right. And remember also, John, that in those halcyon days, and I'm going even further back when I was doing it, you'd go and qualify, and there wasn't quite the ring permit and the DMBA license you have now, but you would be allowed to start the formation lap, okay? And cars that didn't make it around the full GP circuit for whatever reason, if you were on the cusp, you got to take part in the race. And basically, where it's now...
So you were sitting in the pit lane just in case?
No. You went out in the field as well, at the back. And we had this once. We had an issue in qualifying, but we'd done a sufficient time, but we hadn't done enough laps, as it were. So we'd done a set of time. That was fine. So we were told we could start the formation lap at the back. And basically, when you got to what is now Sabine Smith's curve, where you go right and go back into the pits, or left, you go onto Hatzenbach, there would be a marshal there who would have a message from radio control, race control, and it was on a radio, and he would literally point left or right as to which way you went. And
Never in the world.
We got to it, and he happened to point left, which meant, right, that's it, go and join, you're in the race. Otherwise, you do the formation lap and go home, have an early bath. Can you imagine that? And that's only, okay, it is 30 years ago. I'll shut up. I'll get my coat.
Yeah. Hello to James CH, who has got in touch with us via at RSL_studio, which is the best way to do it. We're using the hashtag RSL_N24 this weekend. Hello to James. He said, I'm visiting the Nürburgring for the first time, loving every minute of it. I see what you mean about this region, and took your recommendation from the other year to come in the back way. Genuinely never had a better weekend. This is on a par with Le Mans Classic last weekend, and driving down there is great fun as well. Marvellous stuff. Hello to you all who are joining us via radio-show.co.uk and all the other official channels. This is World Feed, and TV and audio together. Once again, we have our philosophical discussion at the start of these events. If I can't see the cars, are they actually there? Grid is just starting to be cleared. However, there's an awful lot of people on the grid in beautiful weather. We have started earlier, earlier I think than ever before in terms of the season here. And last weekend with those two races, we got through those pretty well unscathed in terms of weather. If you were watching last weekend, by the way, Robert Wickens had a very nasty incident at the end of the lap where his Hyundai Elantra ended over the barriers. 10-minute board being shown at the front of the grid, by the way. Robert was taken to hospital and given all the usual checks. Very important for those of you that don't know. Robert uses hand controls after his big IndyCar accident, and therefore, of course, it's very difficult for him to explain if he's hurting anywhere, because he doesn't always have the feelings in the parts of his body that might have been injured. So extreme care taken, and he was kept in over the weekend for observations, now back in the US and recovering. And Brian Hurt at Autosport keeping us all updated last weekend, and thank you to the team for that. The cars in the second group just starting to line up. There will be 3 minutes between each of the groups, so effectively a staggered start if you're new to all this. And I can see that it's already starting to clear the grid. All right, Peter, you're starting the race. What's going through you'll be in Group 1, of course. You would have always been in Group 1 at the sharp end of the field. What's happening with the driver and the team at the moment?
Initially, it's the age-old thing we say about sports car racing, isn't it? Stay out of trouble and stay out of the pits. You do get your advantages. One of the advantages of this circuit and the nature of it in that starting group order you get, that the SP9 cars, so the GT3 cars, I think we've got 28 in this race, John?
Yeah, only 27 went
27,
out this
okay,
morning.
all right.
Yeah.
What they do have is, though, they have the opportunity on that first. They get about a lap in before they start to catch traffic, a lap and a half. So that is the only time they're going to get to do that. So it's that age-old balance, isn't it, John, of the driver wants to get as far up as you can. You get the opportunity on the first corner, make a good start, etc. But you're amongst your peer group for the only bit of the race. So about 10, 12 minutes, roughly, of the 4 hours, you're amongst your peer group. Everyone else is in the same position. After that, you're in traffic, and then you've got huge speed differentials on a very narrow circuit. Just very quickly, John, let's have a bit of news in just for us. They're a bit late getting the update on this, but the onboard cameras, I've just got the list of who we've got. So we've got number 4, Mercedes AMG Bilstein.
That'll be starting from the back of the lead group.
Indeed.
After that penalty.
Always popular. We've got 16, the Shearer Sport PHX Audi with Frank Stippler, Christopher Meese. That's the pole-sitting car, isn't it? Ricardo Feller.
Yep.
That's got a camera. Falcon Motorsports, one of their Porsches, number 30.
Both of them, actually.
Yeah, number
33 and 44.
Correct, you're absolutely right. 33 and 44 both got cameras on. Always worth watching. 72 is the BMW M team with Daniel Harper, Max Hesse and Charles Wirtz. Daniel Harper and Max Hesse, of course, being part of the now disbanded BMW Junior team.
Junior team, yeah.
Yeah, and then we jump a little bit to a few classes. Then we've got 227, which is the e-fuel team Greisman Toyota GR Supra. That's got it on board. And there were just a couple more, John, which just so we know what to look out for. They'll obviously spread it down the field.
Did I say the Glickenhaus had one on?
I didn't.
8 or what do they run normally? 8 or 7, don't they?
No, I haven't got that. I've got it on 830, which is Mark Bassing, Manuel Luke and Michael Zaccona in the Hyundai Elantra TCR. And I think that's it for onboards. It is, as I've got notified so far. So our defending champions from last year, making history, Frigadelli Racing Team. They have added Nico Varone and Luca Ludwig to their team, adding those two to Daniel Kalvitz and Felipe Fernandez-Lazer. Now, it's only the latter two that are showing up on the entry list at the moment, but we're told from the team that it will be Nico and Luca Ludwig who will be running in this race. 3 BMWs, 2 from Rover Racing, 1 from BMW Team RMG. That's the one that Peter's just mentioned. Rafa Marciello coming into the number 98 BMW with Max Martin, Marco Wittmann and Sheldon von der Linde, Dries van Tor and Augusto Farfus in the 99. The guys we've mentioned in the other one, AMG, 5 factory supported entries this weekend. Haupt and Get Speed split them. Maxi Goat, Daniel Honkadea
Arjun Maini and Lucas Stoltz are aboard the number 3. Maini also listed on the number 4 car with Michele Beretta, Frank Bird and Yusuf Awega. Mick Grenier and Adam Christodoulou are double-entered in the Get Speed cars. Grenier alongside Lucas R and Christodoulou in the 8 car with Phil Ellis and Fabian Schiller in the 9th. He's also Christodoulou also listed behind the wheel of the number 30 with Mauro Engel and Jules Gounon. SP9 Pro Class Falcon Motorsports Dynamic, Manthey and Herbert. That's the Porsche entries. That's Julian Andlau, Klaus Bachler, Sven Müller and Alicia Picarello will be taking turns across the weekend in the number 33 Falcon, where Müller is also with the 44 alongside Tim Heinemann, Nico Menzel and Martin Raginger in that number 44 machine, both having on boards. DTM teammates in the same car this weekend. Ayachan Guven and Thomas Preining are in the 911 Manthey EMA Porsche, and Herbert have got Dennis Olsen, Vincent Kolb and Robert Renard between the wheel. Now, it's interesting, that's Olsen back in a Porsche, of course, although he's a factory Ford driver now, and he will be racing against some of his Ford teammates, of course, Chris Mason, Fred Favish, who are both part of the Share of Sport Phoenix lineup.
John, just a little thought for you about the Ferrari, yeah?
Yeah.
That obviously won the 24-hour last year.
Yeah.
It's missing, of course, David Pittard as part of that lineup, who won it last year, who's moved over to the number 34 Aston Martin Vantage, the new GT3 Evo. Now, Trin Solutions and Valkenhorst running that car. The driver lineup in that, John, Christian Krones, Jakob Gmesiak, David Pittard, Nicky Team.
Yeah,
now, is that,
I would have got
strong...
to that. I was going through all the different manufacturers.
I was just relating to the Ferrari bit, but what a lineup there. And there's a little project that David Pittard, he very kindly sent me a voice note from the paddock last night, can you believe? Saying he would do, then apologise for doing it late and forgetting. And he's got a little project called Back to Back. Go and figure out what that might be.
Okay. 2 different cars. It's Chris Haase and Dennis Marshall behind the wheel of the number 15 Audi. Mies also listed in the 16 with Frank Stippler and Ricardo Feller. 5 Aston Martin entries. The one that Pete's just mentioned is the 34. That is an Evo, so that is the new shape car. That, as I would think you would say, that was their lead car. Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS race winner Chandler Hull, is aboard the number 35. That's in the Pro-Am class. Lamborghini's got a couple of cars. Conrad Motorsports have 1 car in, as does the Abt Sports line. Kelvin von der Linde, Mark Lomapelli and Jordan Pepper, who were on the wrong side of the 0.041 of a second finish last weekend. I suspect they won't be lifting off at any stage. Lap records here. Now, this, although it's qualifying, I reckon this counts as a race. Oh, I'll just pause for a second because we have got the national anthem playing. So the car's fired up and ready to go. As I say, I reckon this is a race. So the lap record has stood for quite some time. I reckon this goes, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you don't mind, Peter, but as far as a lap record, I think we're still at the 8:17, aren't we?
Well, it's a very good point, but there was
on this one, 25.378.
Right, that might be the point then, because Nicky Thiem did a sub 8 minute, didn't he?
That was a qualifying in VLN, so that's 1.1 kilometres shorter.
Was it? Well, didn't he do one on the last lap of the race when he crossed the line with about 30 seconds to go? And typical Nicky Thiem, rather than blending it out a bit, and he did another lap, and just to prove the point, he set the fastest lap of the race. I will check.
Stand by caller.
Yeah,
because I've got those listed in a different file. The only sub one that I know of is the 757 4, which was the Audi on pole position in 2014 for VLN 37. That's the only one that I've got on the official list here.
okay.
However, I've got Estra. Actually, it's going to be Estra, isn't it, in the McLaren? The 8 to 10. No, it's not. It's not. It's Raffaele Marciello. I knew that. I was talking about that the other day. I'm an absolute idiot. It's Rafa Marciello back to 90. 8:09:05. My apologies. I was looking in the wrong list there. That's the fastest race lap that I have on this configuration. Cars are rolling, by the way. You probably worked that out. We run all the way down to the Goodyear hairpin. That's where the extra 1.5 kilometres, rather than cutting through at turn 3, what's called the Ravenel corner, in deference to the main sponsor of the ADAC 24 Hours this year, Ravenel ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Beautiful weather conditions, could not be any bonnier if it tried. Norbert Howe down in the pit lane with Patrick Simon. I think that might be the first time that I've seen Norbert Howe without a black Boss leather jacket on.
John, as a matter of interest, we say how things have changed in time. Do you know what the original lap record was?
Oh, on which circuit? That's the problem.
Well, the 27 to 39 original track, 1927 to 39. Yeah,
a day and a half.
It's only 11 minutes 48.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, in a Bugatti Type 51, Achille Varzi, 1931 German Grand Prix. It's nuts.
This place has changed a lot in terms of the layout of the circuit, and also more work and infrastructure done over the winter, with some more new tarmac, smoother tarmac being laid down through the Foxhole. And that was always quick anyway, but it was scary quick and bumpy. Now it's scarily quicker and less bumpy. Amazing. The sim racing Bar Stewart says, how easy is the N24 to do for those of us in the UK compared to Le Mans? Are there official campsites? Yes, there are. There's places to stay around. Sometimes you've got to go out a bit, but there's, in this day of renting places out, and it's a great drive down. It really is. Daniel Priest says, I was glad to hear Jimmy Broadbent on Midweek Motorsport this week. Hope his team's presence in the series brings more eyes to the NLS and to the 24 Hours. If you go to radiolemans.com, Jimmy was on right at the end of a very, very busy, it was very good. He hung around for us because he stayed at the Nürburgring this week, and he had a chat with us down the line. He's in car 150, which is the pole sitter in GT4, and they won last weekend with his teammate Steve with a fantastic last lap overtake in a place where you normally don't overtake, and it was Bijtke that he overtook as well. So very experienced driver, Steve Brown at the wheel for that. Mikhail Shorodin with Jimmy Broadbent and Manuel Metzger as well in that team for the Nürburgring Ravenel 24 Hours. So the starting group 2 has already started moving, and here are your starting drivers then. In the number 1, it is Luca Ludwig. Frank Bird in the Mercedes number 3. Lucas Stoltz in the Mercedes number 4, coming from the back of the first group, remember. That's good. We'll see a lot of Lucas Stoltz is on board, I fancy, for this. Back in Porsche overalls for Dennis Olsen in the Herbert number 5, which also has owner, driver, Robert Renard, isn't it, who's in that one. And Hubert Haupt will start the number 6 AMG, the Lamborghini Huracan number 7. It'll be Danny Sufi. Adam Christodoulou in the number 8 Mercedes. In the number 9, it will be Fabian Schiller in the Mercedes. Some odd numbers now from other groups. Number 10, it'll be Emir Sari. That's one of the Golfs. We get back to the GT3s. Marcel Markovic will start the number 11 Mercedes. The Audi R8, number 15, it'll be the Rabbit, Christopher Haase. Ricardo Feller will start the car he shares with Chris Meese and Frank Stippler, the Audi R8, number 16. Number 17, as that just jumps away from my eyes, it'll be Nico Bastian in the Aston Martin. Patrick Kolb will start the Lion Speed number 24, the very pretty red and white 911 that he shares with Patrick Niederhauser and Indy Donji. Jordan Pepper will start in the Lamborghini number 27. That's the dark apt coloured car. It will be Julian Andlau in the number 33 Falcon Porsche, and the 34 Aston Martin is David Pittard, winner last year, of course. Patrick Assenheimer will start the number 35 Aston, and Anders Burkhardt will start the number 36. And I'll just pick out a couple of the more major ones. The second of the Falcon car, Sven Müller, will start the 44. Arno Klassen will start number 50 Audi. Marvin Dienst will start the number 54 Porsche. Max Hoffer will start the KTM Crossbow. It's the leader in its class, the number 55 car that starts from P25. I'm just going through a couple of the others, see if there's any ones that are out of kilter there. Augusto Farfus will start the number 99 BMW, and Marco Wittmann will start the 98. And now going into the final part of this to see if there's any of the big numbers. Did we do the Glickenhaus? I can't remember seeing the Glickenhaus on there. Beitske will start the BMW GT4 G82, the 146. And Manuel Metzger will be starting the Paul sitting car in GT4. It's the number 150. So some big names in the cars at the start of the race, as you might imagine. Hello, if you are just joining us, I'm John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre for Radio Show Limited at RSL_studio, #RSL_N24. And Peter Snowden is alongside me. And right now, you're out on the Nordschleife, Peter. You're in that lead group. Are you talking to the pits? Are you just immersing yourself in what your job is and what the track conditions are?
I think probably the other way around. I probably think the pits are talking to you more, just giving you conditions and whatever. But you've done so much prep now. In some ways, some teams are pretty quiet now. They'll just let you get on with it. This is when the talking stops and the action begins, isn't it? So a little less conversation, a bit more action now. You just mentioned the Glickenhaus, John. I'm not wanting to ring any alarm bells, but I can't see it anywhere.
No,
that's not to say it's not there, and I say I'm not trying to, but it's eluding me at the moment, and I'm either being very dumb or I just can't see it.
And unfortunately, until it goes green, we don't get the sector times out on
exactly
out on the track. They qualified. They're the only car in SPX, but their qualifying was good enough for the second row, so they should be right at the sharp end, Peter. So keep an eye open for them at the front end of the field. They're running that very distinctive light blue colour. So that's the car to look for if you're around the circuit listening in as well.
I've just checked on my tracker as well, John, as well as just a printed entry list. I've actually gone onto the GPS tracker we have, and I can't see it listed there either. Okay. And you say Norm is distinctive 90 something, one of its numbers, isn't it? 906, 908, 907, around about that?
Yeah. They're normally right up the top end, aren't they? Of the numbers. It's 702, isn't it? That it? No, it's not 702.
It is. It's there. No, it is. You're right. 706. So it is. It's listed as 706. Right. It is listed, and I'm just going to have a look. It's on. It is there. It's in the group.
Okay.
So it's out on track. It's at Cachelchen now. So there you go. We can all stand down. Glickenhaus fans, you can relax.
Phew. However, and this will hurt Peter with his Aston Martin connections. We have lost another car, and it is the Pro Sport Racing 176. So the Pro Sport BMW. Pro Sport's still running, I think, 3 different manufacturers with the Hyundais in the front-wheel drive class as well.
So that's the GT4 entry, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
176 has withdrawn after an accident in qualifying, too badly damaged to be repaired on site. That was the other car that was in trouble. 25.378 miles. And Monaco have got a green hell 25.378. There are a few of those left. Peter Kate, who I am sure will be driving in the
Die Nürburgring Nordschleife, die längste Rennstrecke der Welt.
Eins der Top-Rennen, was man in seinem Leben einmal gefahren haben muss.
Das 24-Stunden-Rennen ist für mich persönlich das härteste und auch schwierigste Rennen der Welt.
Die größte Sportveranstaltung Deutschlands.
Die Hütte ist brechend voll. Das wird eine ganz große Party.
Die Ampel ist grün, es geht los! Es geht rein in die grüne Hölle!
Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten. Und ich glaube, der wird sich jetzt entwickeln.
In jeder Phase des Rennens geht es um jede Sekunde, um jedes Detail. Und diese Bilder immer wieder faszinieren.
Oh, da verliert das Auto.
Achtung, der nächste Einschlag. Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann.
Lecco mio.
Ich zuck da immer zusammen.
Also ich habe ja im Motorsport schon alles erlebt. Aber das habe ich ja noch nie erlebt.
Und hier, das sind die Bilder, auf die wir gewartet haben. Das ist der absolute Hammer.
Also ganz im Ernst, die Fans auf der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind ganz, ganz, ganz besonders.
...200 Blutdruck, würde ich sagen, ne? Aber ansonsten geht's mir gut.
Was für ein Moment hier in der Boxengasse. Alle liegen sich in den Armen, es wird gefeiert.
Jeder, der bis jetzt rausgekommen ist, war begeistert und spricht davon, was er hier Tolles bislang erlebt.
So the build-up to the 2024 Ravenol ADAC Nürburgring 24 Hours is officially underway. We've had qualifying this Saturday morning, and as we come on to 5:25 in the afternoon, a 4-hour race that will take us, if not into full darkness, certainly somewhere near it. There's no lights around this circuit, so it gives the opportunity. Hello to Dave in Cincinnati, Ohio, who's got everything running on his big screen. Hello to Phil Anson, who's in the UAE, in Dubai. One of our team tuned in. Good to have you listening, Phil. You'd love this, mate. You'd absolutely love it. This is right up your street, as it should be for any red-blooded motorsport fan. The leading group beginning to make the turn for home from the furthest part away from the circuit. And it's going to be a lot of work to do for some of these drivers who have been demoted, not least that number 4 that we keep mentioning. But that is, Peter, not the way they want to start their the way that they want to start their preparation for their build-up to this great race. I doubt they'll do the full championship, so this is very much zoning in that Mercedes AMG Team Bilstein car on the 24 hours itself.
Yeah, I think they've got to make hay on that first lap, 12 minutes or so we said that I described earlier, but they've got some free time, if you like, amongst their peers and just try and make up as much as you can. And it's often the case, isn't it, John, with somebody that starts at the back of the grid there, the car's quicker, and you get through the first bit and you get on a wave of almost euphoria of being able to, pass car after car after car, and then you suddenly all just levels out, but it's a leveling up, and you get to about your right level, then it's harder work. But that's what you've got to do, part of the driver's mindset on that first lap. The leading pack, John, are at Schwalbenschwanz now. The order, by the way, according to the track mapper, is of course it's the Shearer Motorsport Audi at the front, and of course they've just changed order, so it's then the 44, the fastest Motorsports car, and then the car that we couldn't see, the Glickenhaus, is currently third on the track at the moment in that formation lap.
It should be on the second row.
Yeah, which is where it is. Yeah.
So that's, yes, indeed it is. Yeah. It sits in 4th position at the moment behind the first.
Now we've already got a stoppage,
Porsches, John, that are weaving from left to right down the Dottinger Höhe. Peter?
We've got 491, the Mertens Motorsport Hyundai 130N. I'm not sure whether it's Daniel Mertens probably at the wheel or Joshua Hislop. That car is currently stopped at Exmühl. So it hasn't actually made the formation lap from the second group there. That's where it stopped at the moment. So there's no indication of flags or codes or anything at the moment, but that car is completely stationary just before Exmühl.
Well, that's something to keep an eye on as the Cupra safety car brings down the leading runners. They are wavering from left and right. Open tyre formula, remember, and there are usually a good handful of tyre manufacturers. I think we got up to 9 in the main race last year. You should also mention as well that the race this year, for the first time, is a round of the SRO Intercontinental GT Championship, but only for the registered teams and manufacturers. It doesn't affect the race at all. Effectively, Stefan Rattel and the SRO cars are guests within it, and they will race to the same regulations and sporting code. What is interesting is that SRO have waived the necessity for their championship runners to be on Pirelli tyres when they come back here for the race. So that is just a little bit of interest. SRO piggybacking on the success of this race, as they have done for a number of events, of course, notably the Bathurst 12 hours, and really a good opportunity to get one of the big blue ribbon races in for them to be a part of it. The Cupra pulls off right-handed into the pit lane, and the first of 2 4-hour qualifying races for the Ravenol ADAC Nürburgring 24 hours is underway, with 4 hours counting down on the clock, and the first group go through and roll down to the first corner. Glickenhaus trying to go around the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4 across the track there for a moment, but it's Audi in the lead. In fact, Audi's first and second, with the better placed number 44 Falcon Motorsports. That's got Müller behind the wheel of that car, trying to hold on, staying in third position. Then the Glickenhaus. Aston Martin coming through is the Valkenhorst car with David Pittard, trying to make up a position and making up a position. Pittard then down at the Ford corner, turn 3. Pittard in the dark coloured Aston Martin, already having made up a position. Here's Grello as well, the 911 of Thomas Preining, the Manthey EMA car. Can't miss that one, goes to the outside of the Glickenhaus as they're climbing the hill. Frank Moyer taking the start in that car and just bringing it up to temperature and pressures nicely. Behind the Grello car is the Herberth Racing Dennis Olsen red and white car.
Now, John, we lost number 11 straight away to the pits. That's the Schnitzelhelm Racing Mercedes of Marko Markovic, straight into the pits. That just didn't even take the start, so that came straight in. And it's in its box already, and it looks like they're working on the front left. So some kind of sort of braking or suspension issue for that car straight away. A lack of brakes on any motor circuit you don't want around the Nürburgring, definitely not advisable.
So the two Scherer Sport Phoenix Audis at the head of the field. Ricardo Feller from Chris Haase, 16 from 15. Then the number 44 sitting in third place. It's been a fairly, so far, undramatic run for Sven Müller. All the action in the pit lane there. That looks to me as that there may have been some side-by-side contact as the mechanics are working on the front left.
Yeah, bonnet off that car now. It wasn't uneventful for the second of the two Falcon Porsches there, going down the Hatzenbach on the sweep of that bit I would describe as a roller coaster, John, there, getting completely wide and totally onto the grass. And I've often said that bits of this, the first part of the Hatzenbach, there is not much more than the width of grass, width of car width either side, and it was very, very close to the barriers, but got away with it. And that's the car that I think's running in, I think it's 7th at the moment, the second of the two Falcon Porsches, having a little bit of a grassy moment on the opening lap during the Nordschleife. That will have got his attention.
Here comes the next group coming through Tiergarten onto the start-finish line behind another Cupra. And they will be released in just a second. So 29 cars were released in the first group. And here come the second group to the line now, as the green flag is being ready, being started by two of the Cup 2 cars. We've had two fantastic Cup 2 races. In fact, the front of that grid dominated by the Porsche 992 Cup class. Two fantastic races culminating in last lap dashes in the two races last weekend, as described by Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones. Across the line then, and the Müller car, the blue and white car, moves to the outside, but it's going to be past the second Müller car down the inside, though disputing it rather more. Remember, they don't go all the way through, so staying on the outside of the normal turn in there, that becomes the inside line for the first left-hander. And the two Black Falcon cars right in there as well. Peter Terting in the Müller 124 and Maury Krantz in the 122 for the two Müllers. And they've dropped into third and fourth position. But it's the two Black Falcon cars that lead out, headed by, I think that's the 103, the golden red from memory. Got a chance to look at those cars when they were out on track this morning. Coming up to 5:30 in the Eifel. Welcome along if you're just joining us. Start Group 2, getting underway on the Grand Prix circuit. At the head of the field, Ricardo Feller leads for a 1-2 for Scherer Sport PHX. The Phoenix and Scherer combination. Fulton Motorsports are third, with Sven Müller, then David Pittard for Aston Martin, who made up the position at the start. Frank Moyer has got back into 5th position, going ahead of Luca Ludwig in the Fricatelli Racing Team Ferrari. As we said, Felipe Fernandez-Laza and Daniel Kalvitz entered. Only those 2 names, but it is Luca Ludwig this weekend doing the starting run. Amazing to think, Peter, that we've still got the 3rd group to go, and the leader, Ricardo Feller, is halfway round the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Well, that's what I was saying, wasn't it, John, about how little time they get, as you say, that start group 3 just arriving at Tiergarten. Now, very quick update on the 491, John, that I said stopped on the warm-up lap. It appears it was actually a GPS issue because it's in its track plate grid position in that pack, so it looks like it was actually a GPS issue. Hence, there was no flags or code 60 to go with it because it wasn't actually stopped on track.
Copy. So the 2nd group heading up to the top of the hill. We've gone through Flugplatz. Here is the 3rd group as they head to the start line. Down to the 1st corner, and that is a lovely jump away by the car that was on pole position. It's one of the older BMWs. I think that's the dark blue one. I think from memory that is the 70... 72. Oh no, it's the, I apologise. It's the STI Subaru that's got the front, using its all-wheel drive as an advantage. And heads out down to the bottom of the hill, and the Goodyear hairpin. This is the category with the front-wheel drive TCRs in it, or the group with them in it. So we've had 76 cars in the first 2 groups, and this will take us, this last 50 or so will take us up to the 130 or thereabouts. At RSL_studio, #RSL_N24 if you want to get in touch. 660 going through the very distinctive orange and black BMW. That car mired right in the middle of the battle for position as they make their way out for the first time onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And of course, for some of these drivers, they're getting as much practice in as they can. That 660 is the car that wasn't on the entry list, one of the cars that weren't on the entry list that came out yesterday. Some news on that as it comes back round. Battle for 2nd position now as the Porsche from Fulton Motorsport has a look at the 2nd placed Scherer Audi, Scherer PHX. So that is Christopher Haase being hassled by Sven Müller. We've said that plenty of times down through the years. And from the slow lead in, an 8:26.5 for Ricardo Feller, who leads his teammate. Haase, Müller, then David Pittard for the first of the Aston Martins. Frank Moyer, top of the class in SPX. As I say, that's the only one. And the top 27 cars. Oh, sorry, no, there is another SPX car. There's a Porsche in there as well. Top 27 cars at SP9s.
John, we were saying about how quickly the cars catch the 3rd group. As you said, it barely seems possible, but the leading cars are just completed that first lap. They're just going through the Grand Prix circuit, as it were, onto Sabine Schmidt's curve now. That's the leading Audis there, the Scherer sports cars, and just exiting the Hatzenbach already is the tail end of start group 3, so they'll be in sight very quickly. So as I said, that not quite a lap and a half before that they've caught up with, they're in traffic already straight away. So the next 4 hours or 3 hours, 50 odd minutes of it are in traffic now.
The question, I wondered how long this would take to come in from Matt Slightholm. I noticed important cars were listed, didn't hear the Foxtail Manta. Is it racing? It isn't here this weekend, which means it won't be racing. I believe it means it won't be racing in the 24, but it has, we were told it had been rebuilt, and actually I was quite surprised not to see it in the 2 races last weekend, but it wasn't listed.
Now, I did also hear, John, that there was, I'm not sure this is correct, don't quote me on this, but I did hear that there was special dispensation for that car to run in the 24-hour. Whether that's true or verified or not, I don't know. I'm not doubting the authorities, but I did hear that was a possibility.
I think it's probably got lifetime membership, hasn't it?
Yeah, grandfather rights, literally.
Yeah. The car, it had a couple of, I mean, it's Trigger's broom. I'm not sure if any of the parts of that car are original now.
Well, it's down to do NLS 3 and 4, certainly, John.
It's down to do 3 and 4?
Correct, yes.
Well, this is 3 and 4.
Well, it's down to do it.
Yeah, I saw that. I can't find it on the timing screen, and I couldn't find it on the entry list. It had that big rear end incident where a couple of years ago I think in the 24, where they took a sledgehammer to straighten it back up again, and then of course they had the fire in the garage in the workshop, which all but destroyed it.
Just a thought, John. It might appear at the N24 in the classic race.
Well, yes, in the 3-hour young time.
Correct. Yeah, just a thought.
Yeah, that would be
a good fit something for it, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just thinking, John, looking at these leading cars going down different parts of the circuit there. Of course, there's some changes to the circuit over the winter in terms of quite a bit of resurfacing. Certainly, the entire length of the foxhole has been resurfaced. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if it gets some reduction in lap times. Not by massive amounts, but the surface is going to lend itself to that, and the weather conditions right now are absolutely perfect. So they're going to complete, I mean, they're halfway around, they're just at Bergwerk now, so we're going to, halfway around the lap, their first flying lap of the race as opposed to a standing start. So I'll be intrigued to see what happens to the lap times, John.
Yeah, that I was looking at that on some of the onboards last weekend when Johnny and Bruce were working, and we didn't get the conditions in terms of green flag laps to really get super quick. There always seemed to be a bit of code 60 or yellows. And therefore the lap times never really came down to the sort of areas we might have hoped, and that Rafa Marciello race lap time. So at the front of the field then, let's just remind you, and by the way, for those of you who keep notes, I reckon 122 cars started. We had 130 on the entry list, actually a bit less than that, but we had 130 on the timing screen expected to start. The Schnitzelarm Racing AMG was a leaky brake caliper, and that car is in the pit lane still. So Marko Markovic, his race hasn't got underway. I'll be having Schnitzel later. You just have to, don't you? When it's the quali weekend.
It's the rules.
It is the rules, absolutely. So I reckon, as I say, that in 20 different classes we had 122 starters, and the Dacia Logan is out on the Nordschleife. The rebuilt, reimagined Dacia Logan is out there at the moment. Our best lap was the first lap from Ricardo Feller from pole position, who put in an 8:26.5. Expect to see that come down by 8 or 10 seconds. This lap, this is the best lap for Ricardo Feller. Yes, he's full of race fuel, but he's got pretty decent tyres on the Scherer Sport Phoenix Audi, and he's setting absolute bests coming out onto the Nordschleife in sectors 2 and 3. That's on the Grand Prix circuit. But it's Sven Muller who has been quick in the early part of this second lap round the North Loop. Toyota GR Supra GT4 in the AT category. The team Griezmann alternative fuel. And last weekend we had a number of Toyota Lexus drivers getting their permits. Kamui Kobayashi among them, raced in GT4. And the word on the street from those guys is that they expect to bring something for the 2025 race here on the Nordschleife. There are lots of people. Jack Aiken was doing his permit in a Hyundai as well last weekend, and he, being a Cadillac driver, well, they of course got the GT3 and GT4 GM have got the GT3 and GT4 Corvette, and that will give them the opportunity to come here in years to come. And the Blue Oval Ford with GT3 and GT4 Mustang now, of course. Mustang making its Australian debut this weekend in Phillip Island in the Australian GT4 Championship. What a championship that is shaping up to be as well. Stop and go penalty for the BMW G82. This is the Schmidt-Simon Wenzel machine, the 147. That was ignoring the code 60 in qualifying. That has now been served.
The Glickenhaus coming under quite a bit of pressure now, John, from the from Mark Preening in the number 6 Porsche.
Thomas Preening, yeah.
Yeah, Thomas Preening, apologies, yeah. Preening, yeah, that's... sorry, number 911 Porsche, sorry, 6th place, my apologies. And really giving that Glickenhaus a very, very hard time. And of course, this is the opportunity of trying to get now through the traffic. Glickenhaus reading it very nicely, going up into the Schumacher S there, down to the left-hand side. The Porsche, though, just that little bit of elastic attached to the back of that car, John, just pulling it along and just, ebbing out a little bit under acceleration, back under braking again, but not able to shake off there. And that's what the Glickenhaus will want to do through the traffic there before they get down to the Nordschleife, where it gets... This is still one of the best opportunities to overtake the GP circuit, because it's just so much wider. If I say it's a normal circuit, I'm not suggesting Nürburgring's abnormal, but it is, because it's an extraordinary place, and it's so narrow, and there's so little opportunity to overtake, and you've got to read all that traffic and get through it. But these two absolutely nose to tail as they get to the end of that lap now and about to start the Nordschleife through Schmidt's curve. The Porsche having a little look down the inside, not quite ready there. Traffic in the way, so it starts the roller coaster of Hatzenbach. Can they do anything with it at this moment? Doesn't look like it, John, but they're also not dropping that far behind from Grado either.
Yeah, Chris Haase had 0.2 of a second on Ricardo Feller, his teammate, as they went across the line, and the traffic now is beginning to play its part as they work their way past one of the GT tyres BMWs. So Ricardo Feller will know the part number on the back of that rear wing of Christopher Haase by now. Heading up towards Flugplatz. Nothing to do with the cars getting airborne, all to do with the fact that there used to be a Flugplatz on driver's left at the top of the hill, an airport where the rich and famous would fly in from the big cities of Germany to watch the races in the early part of the late 1920s through into the 1930s. Now up to the top of the Foxhole, turning right. It's the newly repaved area, and now dropping under the bridge and down into the Foxhole. Much, much smoother, much darker tarmac. Every time they repave here as well, it potentially takes away some of your brake markers where you say, right, you brake just on that change of surface. Well, you can't And something's happened just behind the leaders as the yellow flags have come out at Schwedenkreuz. And that was, as I said, just behind the leaders in the second pack. As they head out into the countryside, it's still Sven Müller in third with David Pittard in the Aston in fourth. So it's Audi, Porsche, Aston, Porsche. Glickenhaus leading the SPS class and sixth overall. Then two more Porsches in the shape of the red and white Dennis Olsen driven Herbert Motorsport car. And then Fulton Motorsports. Herbert have revived the FAT Turbo livery, which people with long memories, or just old people like me, will remember was the famous livery on the controversial winner of the 1994 Le Mans 24 Hours, when Dower basically converted an old 962 into a road car, and I use the words converted and road car very liberally. They did virtually nothing to it. They had to build and show a road car as well, so they did, and it did have the places to put the standard size luggage in the car, and therefore they were allowed to race it. And effectively, with the change of regulations, think of it as a racing car that was to the previous regulations, but the ACO had been trying to slow them down, and that was the car that won that year in that FAT Turbo red and white colours. And Herbert have revived that colour scheme, and it looks brilliant on a 911. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to say how it can change in the matter of half a third of a lap round here, which of course is a few minutes on this circuit. Dennis Olsen, that was chasing that Glickenhaus so closely on the GP circuit I described going on to the Nordschleife. The Glickenhaus has had a little bit of a run of the traffic and got away and started to give chase to the Grello car again now, the 911 Porsche Manthey car. However, that's now brought into play number 33, Julian Andlauer in the Falcon Porsche, who's now glued to the back of its similar Porsche red and white one in front. They're just approaching the carousel now. In fact, they're just right through it as we speak. And Julian Andlauer has had some traffic there where, honestly, how he did not connect with the back of Olsen's Porsche is a testimony to the professionalism of these drivers. Some of it, just watching the onboard there a little bit, John, I'll just try and explain. It was just so close. It was, I thought there was going to be an insurance claim, never mind a respray. But it was just so close, but just nothing happened. No avoiding action needed. So the point being, absolutely judged to perfection. And it never ceases to amaze me what a joy it is to watch these guys do this.
So the Dacia is in the pit lane, the number 318 in its blue colour scheme. So let's see why that car's in. Patrick Simon is there talking to the starting driver. Starting number 318, by the way. So I think that's Oliver Kraser behind the wheel there.
Well, they're just talking about an issue with the electronics and that, and having to reboot the system, John.
Reboot the system in a Dacia. Oh my goodness! It's got a full
GT3, hasn't it? Yeah.
It's fantastic. This is not the same chassis. That was written off, and there was problems getting parts to replace it. But
now we've got a very slow GT4 BMW coming up through. Now we talked about punctures, John. Right rear puncture. The place to get one, if you're going to have one at all, is at Tiergarten, where you can actually limp the car in. But there's some body damage there as well.
It's the Pro Sport car.
Yeah, that's going to limp its way into the pits, John.
Coming through Tiergarten now. This is the G82, the newer version of that car, and there's damage to the right rear valance as well, where the tyre has been flapping around, and that'll just get pulled off. But he's made it into the pit lane, 60 kilometers an hour in the pit lane.
Be looking to do 60k with that tyre.
Well, 60k would be too quick, Peter, wouldn't it?
Exactly, just wreck. That's exactly the problem, John. It's, you say, it's the collateral damage, isn't it? Getting it into the pits, and it's difficult to teach racing drivers to go slowly, but you're going to have to do that to get that car back sensibly. Hopefully it's in, and it should be no more than the tyre change. There'll be a quick scout round when the mechanics get the rim off and have a look around and see if it's anything else. It's brake lines, cables, other bits of things that it can damage on the way. With a flailing tyre can do so much damage.
And we think, you know, there'll be people going, hang on, it's just a bit of rubber, but it's not just a piece of rubber, because there are steel reinforcements in tyres, and the carcass obviously is extremely, in the sidewall, extremely durable normally. And when that starts flapping around, you're basically, at that point, you're in the lap of the gods, because there's nothing you can do to affect what is going on other than go as slowly as possible. It was Stuart Hall who once said to me, no matter how slow you are going, it's not slow enough. Simple as that. You're watching and listening to race 1 of 2 this weekend in the qualification weekend for the Ravenel ADAC 24 Hours of Nürburgring for 2024. I'm John Hindhaugh. It's Peter Snowden who is alongside me in the Global Broadcast Centre. And after 3 laps, about halfway through the first stint, we'll see 6 or 7 laps on the first stint, and then 7s or 8s after that, as we go through this first 4-hour race. Going into the darkness tonight, it's still the Scherer Sport Audi Phoenix Audi twins, 15 from 16 in number order. Like to see that side-by-side BMW action as an F82 goes past the G82 on the line as they go down into the first corner. And that is the battle right inside the top 100. And in VT2 rear-wheel drive, that is, I reckon, it is the 504, which is the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car. That's the white and green car. And the 505 is the Schubert-driven 328i, so it's a 330 and a 328. And behind them, another couple with the GT tyre car just going down the inside. That's the number 502. GT tyres have long used this event at the Nürburgring as an opportunity to test and develop their wares. Just actually, I think, lost a position there to the 510 going through. That's the Malinowski driven. Oh, and that's listed as an Audi. So what was that? Was that an Audi RS3? So I thought that looked like another BMW, if I'm honest, the red and white car. I'll have to have another look at that now. Now going to have to.
So our Pro Sport 178 entry is back out with tyre fitter, but it's got its rear light, which will lead for later on when it gets dark. But a lot of the rear wing aft of the tyre is missing now, John. But as we said about that speed coming into the pits, as you know, Stewie Hall said, never quite slow enough. But it appears at the moment, fingers crossed, they've got away with that, and it's done some damage to that rear wing, and they've got rid of that, and haven't bothered with gaffer tape or anything like that. Mechanics just torn it off and got rid of it. It's got the bits it's required for legally for lighting later on, and more importantly, a wheel and tyre carcass intact on that. It looks slightly strange at the moment, though, with that little bit of it won't be quite as aerodynamic at the back. I don't think it will affect it too much.
So that car then with a bit of ground to make up in the classes. Let me give you some class leaders as we're coming around to the first 30 minutes of racing. It is the 15 Scherer Sport Audi that leads overall, and in SP9, SPX, it's the Glickenhaus Black Falcons. Porsche leads Cup 2 in 29th position. That's the 103 car. The 55 Door Motorsport, what is that? It's the KTM, isn't it? In SP11, that's in 36th place. In 43rd place, it's Team Bilstein by Black Falcon. Number 150, that's the Jimmy Broadbent GT4. effectively. 44th is the first of the TCRs, and that's the number 830 Hyundai N Motorsport entered machine. E-Fuel Team Griezmann, the AT leader, that's the 227 that we were talking about early on. In Cup 3, which is for the Cayman Club Sports, that is the Avia W and S Motorsport 962 in 46th position. SP10 Black Falcon again with their number 166. The SP14 is SP4T, excuse me, not 14, is a car with a number 13 on it, which is odd. So what's that? Is that a Pro-Am class?
Which car number is that, John?
13.
13?
Odd.
Yeah, 1-3, the White Angel New Beetle.
Oh, okay, that's the Beetle RS.
That's correct.
RSR.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
BMW leads, as you might expect, in the 240i class. That's the Adrenaline Team Motorsport with Manhattan Wales, the 650 car. Also Adrenaline team in the V6 category. That's number 396. The Plus Line Racing Team number 80 leads SP7. Adrenaline again, the VT2 rear-wheel drive class with their 500 car in 89th. Team Mertens Motorsport lead the VT2 front-wheel drive class with their number 492. In V5, it is the 443. There's not a team name next to that one, so give me a moment. That is a Porsche Cayman for Alexander Schmidt and Sebastian Schemann, both German drivers. Then we have Hoffer Racing's SP6207 leading in that class at position 102. 106 is the V4 leader, which is the aforementioned 702. That is the BMW 325i. Jürgen Huber, the lead driver there. And finally, BMW class is being led by the 885, that being the M2 Racing Cup offered by Bonk Motorsport car. And the Dacia Logan, despite its problems, in 121st position, is, I think, the sole car in SP3T, given its engine size. So there we are. That's all of your class leaders for you. Just joining us maybe this afternoon. Sorry, Peter.
That's all right.
Football is ending all over the UK this afternoon, so I suspect quite a few will be joining us now here on our live coverage through till local time 9:30 this evening. That's 8:30 in the UK, so settle yourselves down with a beverage and perhaps something warm if you've been out watching local football or following your team. And we are just over 34 minutes into this 4-hour contest. I'm John Hindhaugh. The other voice you'll hear in a moment is Peter Snowden, and it's still after the completion of another lap as we head into lap number 5. The two Share Sport Phoenix Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2s. Chris Haase has got ahead of Ricardo Feller, and that's a change of the lead, despite the fact that Feller actually put in the fastest lap of the race last time around.
And for all those football fans, and bringing in the conflating the two as you do with motorsport very well, John, is there's little, I've just noticed a little post on Twitter X from Tiffany Dell, obviously known to us all, of dramatic last-second win for Saints, his favourite team. One for all those, I can't say the next word, that walk out early, blocking my view. It's never over until it's over.
Until it's over.
Exactly.
Well, listen,
and how right he was, and wasn't that proven last weekend? Here.
Well, exactly so. Exactly so. Battling in the middle of the SP category with the Aston Martin, the green Aston Martin, just coming down to the bottom of the hill. And
I'll tell you what, talking at the bottom of the hill there, John, I think Julian Andlau is in the market for a Glickenhaus, because he's certainly getting close enough to talk about a pre-buying inspection and buying signals. He couldn't get much closer to that Glickenhaus. Still, as I said, on this GP circuit, the best opportunity to try and get past somebody, and it's he might have a run into the chicane. He's got the last bit of the fastest part of the GP circuit, getting a good run through there. Can he dive down the inside? He's looking for it. I don't think he's quite got to... He's gone for it. He's got down the inside of the Glickenhaus at the end of the chicane at the end of the GP circuit, which takes him up a place going into the Hatzenbach onto the Nordschleife. So that's the job done for Julian Andlau. He's been setting that up about the last 10 minutes, I have to say. Superb manoeuvre there from Julian Andlau in the number 33 Falcon Motorsports and 911 GT3.
Meantime, the number 72 BMW Team RMG chasing down that green and white Aston Martin. So that's Dan Harper, and that Pro Sport Aston ahead of him is the number 17 car with Nico Bastian, the starting driver from Mannheim, which is where I was on Monday and Tuesday. Look at it. It's a very nice one. Porsches, in fact, one in that colourway of that BMW in the old shell colours. Very important car, actually. The first Porsche race prototype race car to be fitted with the PDK, the double clutch, Porsche double clutch. So it's number 17, Shell Dunlop 962. Hans Joachim Stuck among the drivers of that car. It seems a very long time ago when people were talking about it. It'll never catch on, I remember people saying. Never catch on for race cars. You have to have the control of being able to shift it down yourself. And these flappy paddles, they'll never catch on. Oh, really?
Well, do you remember the first Grand Prix winner for one of those with Mr. Mansell in the Ferrari? The 640, wasn't it, at Buenos Aires?
Yeah.
And famously, the car was so unreliable in testing, he famously joked that he booked a flight home for halfway through the race on the basis the car was never going to get to the end of the race. And what did it do? Got to the end of its race and won.
And won.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did flatter to deceive a bit, and it didn't do a lot for the rest of the season, did it, in terms of reliability, sadly. But what a great way to start your career with Ferrari, eh? I wonder if Mr. Hamilton can do the same. Anyway, back at the Nürburgring.
Il Leone Part 2, do you think?
Well, we'll see.
They loved Nigel,
didn't they? Just well, he was a racer, wasn't he? He got the car by the scruff of the neck. He was the same sort of mould as a Villeneuve. He was a racer, almost. Well, I don't think Villeneuve worried too much about points and championships. I think it was just I think it was Scheckter that said of him, his teammate, that if he wasn't going to get points and it wasn't going to finish particularly well, Villeneuve would go into the pits and have a new set of rubber put on to come out to set the fastest lap. Just so he went home that night knowing he was the fastest Grand Prix driver on the planet.
Battle in the VT2 front-wheel drive category, two Team Mertens cars. The 491 is the blue and orange car, and that is one of the Mertens driving that car. The 492 is the leader, which is the black and multicoloured car, which is about 50 metres further up the road.
Now, John, we've got our first code 60, John.
At the moment by Ashke Gupta. Peter?
We got our first code 60 of the race, which is at the Carousel of all places, and that's for car 476, which is the VT2 front-wheel drive class of the VW Scirocco of Tino Berth, Jürgen Nett and Achim Nett. That's parked on, according to my GPS tracker, actually I haven't got eyes on the outside of the sort of 2/3 of the way around the carousel, but it's caused a code 60. So that very fast run up through Kastelchen, Klostertal, and the big sweeping right, and then that run up the hill to the carousel itself. On the run up the hill there, it becomes a 120, goes into a 60, and then it just clears after the carousel. And to be honest, it won't make that much of a difference, to be honest, John, because it will. You don't do much overtaking around the carousel anyway. And I've just seen a bit of onboard there with Julian Andlau going through. That's it, yeah. And it is that 476 Scirocco is parked on the right-hand side of the track, and there's an intervention tow truck vehicle with it now already. So I suspect it will be cleared very, very shortly.
I was wondering why the GT3 Cup car that is in the SPX class isn't in isn't in Cup 2 and is in SPX. If you drive in Cup 2, you have to be on the standard Michelin tyres for Porsche GT3 Cup. It is a Hankook test vehicle, so it is a GT3 Cup car, exactly the same as Carrera Cup and Super Cup around the world, but Hankook are trying out some tyres, so it is starting in the and running in the SPX class. So that is why a number of you tweeting us here at RSL_studio using the hashtag RSL_N24. That's why that car, asking what the difference is, nothing with the car, all down to do the tyres. And that begs the question then, Hankook must be thinking about doing either Carrera Cup or Super Cup somewhere in the world, wasn't there? If they are doing tyres for that car. Very interesting. Gagler cars going down to the first corner, which includes the red and white number 969. A couple of Porsches in the Cup 3 category there. And that is a battle for position, I believe. 969 is the... Yes, it is. In fact, it's second, third and fourth in Cup 3. The Adrenaline Motorsport number 930 and two SRS Team Rennsport cars in fairly close proximity there as well. They've just gone past the Hyundai Elantra, the A31, which has got Mason Filippi at the wheel. And that's the car that Harold Gottsacker, Mark Wilkins and Robert Wickens should have been driving that car. But I don't believe he's made it back from the US, still recovering from that nasty accident. All of those drivers, Harold Gottsacker, Mason Filippi and Mark Wilkins, two Americans and a proud Canadian, they race for Brian Herter Autosport in IMSA competition in the Michelin Pilot Challenge in IMSA. And in fact, Hyundai sent a couple of drivers over last year, didn't they? Because Taylor Hagler was here. I think Mark Wilkins might have been here as well with that. What it does go to prove, though, Peter, is that there are class battles going on everywhere. And yes, people are looking for a bit extra testing here before we get to the 24 hours. But really, just having the privilege of being able to drive a racing car on racing rubber around the Nordschleife, you just drink that in any time that anybody offers it.
Well, you'd be mad not to, wouldn't you? I mean, I'm sure if you were given the opportunity, John, you'd love to. Have you ever driven the Nürburgring?
Not in a race.
Not in a race, no. I can't imagine you not doing it. I can see you out there on your bike, actually.
No, never. That's the one thing.
Correct answer. Correct answer, yes. It's why I don't want to drive on the road particularly, because I'm not sure about everybody else. So we've just got our Mercedes into the pits. I think that's one of the Get Speed cars, is it not?
It's the Tim Bilstein number 4, Peter, that started at the back of the class, if you remember. They got pinged for not respecting code 60 in qualifying. Started from the back of the lead group, and Lucas Stoltz has brought the car in to hand it off. If you're not used to this type of motor racing, but you're watching and you're thinking, well, there's not much going on here, they're taking their time. There is a mandatory pit stop time here, and it's not for anything else other than the fueling that is going on to the right rear of that blue and yellow number 4 Bilstein AMG GT3 is from a standard pistol grip pump. There's one in between every couple of pits, and one of the reasons, there's two major reasons for the mandatory pit stop times, but the major one being that all of those pumps pump at slightly different flow rates, so it's not fair to somebody, because all of these teams would go and measure them and then ask for which pit they wanted because they'd get the faster one. The other reason is safety, because there's a lot of teams here that aren't works teams and are groups of friends together. Debris flag on the middle of the Dottiger, by the way, for some tyre debris and some dirt on the side of the road, just on the exit from the tourist foreign entry point there. So that's the reason that things look to be slightly slow. There is a complicated table that says, depending on how many laps you do, is how long your pit stop. Basically, the longer you stay out there, the longer your pit stop has to be, until we get to around about an hour and 10 minutes before the end of the race. And then it switches to how much time there is before the end of the race that determines your mandatory pit stop time.
I did think there, John, though, that Mercedes pit stop actually did seem very casual. You're absolutely right about, of course, being that. No, as in that, compared to normal. I know they started at the back of that start group because of that infringement, but there's normally a little bit more haste about a pit stop, even though there is a mandatory time, because they like to be in and settled and have that time spare at the end of it, like not run up to the end of it. And I did think when Lucas Stoltz got out of that car that it seemed, I wouldn't say lethargic, but it seemed casual. There didn't seem a lot of urgency compared to normal. But maybe that's just because of where they've started, and it's back to what we said just pre-race, John. If it's a data collection exercise. Could be.
I think those guys, are already qualified into the top group for qualifying for the Ravenol ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Hello to Harry Chandler at Tour_do_Mons. Been playing football this afternoon, hoping for another good result from the number 150 BMW, the Jimmy Broadbent car. If you're not a regular listener to Midweek Motorsport, first of all, why not? 8 o'clock UK time every Wednesday for 2 hours of motorsport chat and interviews. Harry is one of our listeners who has decided, I don't think he was forced into this remarkably, he's decided to commemorate the 1924 entry of Bentley to Le Mans, because he works for Bentley at the Crew, to ride from the gates of Bentley Motors in Crew to the gates of the Circuit de la Sarthe in France just before the race. As you can imagine, it's quite an undertaking. He's not doing it for fun, although he says it will be. The youth of today, I really don't understand. He is raising money for CRY, CRY, which is a charity that helps identify unknown cardiac issues in young people. And he and a couple of his friends have been touched by that personally. And basically, it's to provide a couple of days of screening. So he's looking for £13,000. He's got £2,500 on his GoFundMe at the moment. And all the details, if you search Tour de Mons 2024 or at Tour de Mons, Tour_DU_MANS 2024, have a look at it. The collective have been supporting him with a few quid here and there. We've had some really nice donations in from the industry, so please try and support him. Let's head down to the pit lane for I think this is going to be an English interview. No, it's not. My boyish enthusiasm. So yeah, check that out. Tour_DU_MANS. All the details of his GoFundMe, etc., on his X page. It's a great charity there that we want to support at RSL. As I say, the industry's getting behind him. He's going to call in at some pretty cool places. Progressive Motorsport, where they've got a couple of Le Mans Bentleys. Silverstone are going to let him ride a lap around the track at the home of the British Grand Prix. and the Tourist Trophy, of course. And he's also popping in to see the Mazda Heritage Collection at Mazda UK. Just those three ones I know about. A great thanks to everyone who've already helped out. I know Beer Mountain are featuring it rather heavily, so Steve and the rest of the team, thank you. And travel specialists, now travel partners here at RSL, First Tickets, have donated a crossing as well for Harry and his support vehicle. If you have a motorhome company and you would like me to mention your name, get in touch with him, because it would be really nice for him not to have to do it in a van, to do it in a motorhome, and then he'll have somewhere to stay when he gets to Le Mans as well, because he's going to stay and watch the race, as you can imagine. So, splitting strategy at the front of the field there, Peter. It's the 16 Ricardo Feller car that comes into the pit lane. If you're watching the World Feed TV and you're a little bit worried about what appeared to be, that looked like an Opel Kadett two-door that was going round the inside of the track there, that is the slalom that is going on at the moment. The 49th running of the ADAC slalom Mönchengladbach on the Mercedes Arena, and that's going on there at the moment. So if you get a flash of cars going around that wee part, don't panic. Also coming in, a raft of SP9 top class cars, including Julian Andlar in the 33 Falcon Motorsports Porsche, Mara Engel for Team Get Speed 130, Fabian Schiller in the second of the Get Speed. So they've pitted both their cars together. But the Phoenix Scherer guys, Peter, have split their strategy. Interesting.
Yeah, do you know what? I was just watching those two and just about to say, as they came down the Dottingerhøen up through Tiergot to Hohenrain at the end of the lap there, just saying these two, pretty settled down and got a formation, rear gunner type situation. And of course, just as you start to think it and compose your thoughts, as you say, they go and split the strategy and bring one of them into the pits. So it's Christopher Haas, number 15, leading still, as you say. That puts the Muller Porsche into second place. Grello in third. Pittard still holding on to fourth. He hasn't progressed any further, has he? Jumped a place at the start, didn't he, John? And that the very first couple of corners actually onto the GP circuit, and has settled down there. Fastest car on the circuit still is our leading car, Christopher Haas, number 15, Scherer Sport PHX Audi with an 8:15 dead, or 027.
His teammates quicker than that, Peter, 8:14.6.
Down the order. My apologies, because it's down the order on the list. My apologies. You're absolutely right, John. Yeah.
He was the leader when he set that, though. Yes. So you're absolutely right to say the car that was leading, because he was leading. That was that lap that he got early on, I think. It was either lap 2 or 3.
Yeah. So four tenths quicker, isn't he, between the two teammates there?
And then bizarrely, he set that fast lap and he lost the lead.
So Julian Andlauer. Indeed, the 33 Falcon has just reached. Didn't sound very healthy. Wanted to go away there. I think just on the limiter. Probably a few too many revs. Just against limiter and just those straight cut gears as it pulls away. But it's back out on the pit lane, so that's all good. You say quite a raft of SP9 GT3 cars in. So it's going to be a little bit of settling down at the end of this lap. But I expect we're going to have a few more in now. After this, so I'm just trying to see how much time we've got left. How many? We've got 3 hours 6, haven't we? So we've done 54 minutes. Yeah. So yeah, that's about right in terms of 6 laps, 5 to 7 laps tends to be the order. So yeah, that's about right now. So I suspect we're going to see quite a few more coming in the end of this lap, John.
Remember, dear viewer and listener, that getting 6.5 laps isn't any use here, and you've had the run to the grid and then the formation lap, so you, albeit not at speed, generally speaking, you'll see 1 lap fewer in the first stint than you see in the subsequent stints. Now, the joker here is that pit lane timetable, that pit lane time grid. And everybody last week who stopped early got a benefit from it. Number one, because they were stationary 20 seconds or so less time in the pit lane, 20 seconds fewer to be standing still. And secondly, you have the advantage of new tyres on your outlap, just as the car that you were driving alongside with, just in front of, just behind, is coming in on the lap. Now, if you will, what can spoil that is having a slow zone on your outlap, which is exactly what's happened on the Grand Prix circuit at Martian's Post 19, which is turn 3, and that has is the number 477 car that is at the side of the road there, and that is that Scirocco again, who caused us problems earlier on, the Christian Kroger and Thomas Alpiger, two German drivers. That's one of the VT2 cars. And actually, that car,
John, I think it's a different one. I think the other one was 476. You know, I think
you're right.
It was 476 that stopped at the carousel, and it's 477 that's now stopped at turn 3. Yeah,
you're spot on, Peter. So that is, it's not a day for a Scirocco then.
And just going back to your aggregator you mentioned there, John, about the times in the pits, etc., which will come into play much more at the end of the race. Of course, ordinarily that doesn't apply to the lower classes of the races, because they just have a time of over 8 minutes. But it does apply for this weekend to all classes. Correct. So that's another new feature for this weekend.
1-2-1 and 1-2-2 are second and third in the Cup class, Cup 2 class, heading on through the Grand Prix loop now, and that is the K. Kramer Racing Erget in the 1-2-1. That's the gold and sort of camo coloured car, gold and black car. The light blue and white with the yellow mirrors is the 1-2-2. That's one of the Müller cars. That's sitting in third. That's Maury Kratz driving that one at the moment. And as Patrick is interviewing, I'll give the driver of the car ahead his due deference. Second place, it is Michele Di Martino, who is driving with Chris Brook. And the leader in that class is not that far up the road, actually, but another 10 seconds or so, is the Black Falcon number 103. And that car is being driven by Gabriele Piana, who lists himself as Swiss. Moispath is where they are domiciled. Now
we've got another slow car, John, into the pits, 831, which is one of that's the Hyundai, exactly, and that is the
second in the class, of course, at one stage.
Yeah, that's just very slowly come down the Dottinger-Hoa. I couldn't see anything evident like a puncture or any kind of damage. It's trundled its way into the pits at sort of 60k already on the track, as it were, long before it needed to. And the number 13 that you mentioned earlier, the Beetle RSR, that's also in its pit box. That's got further troubles. And you mentioned about 13, you couldn't see it on the other as an odd number. It's not normally issued as a number 13, superstition-wise, and it's actually, as my understanding, normally, if it is issued, it's by the team's request. It's actually normally goes 12, 14 on an entry list, if you see what I mean.
And also it's right in amongst the numbers that are normally the SP9 cars. And Mason Filippi, by the way, which is why I was slightly put off by the class that I was looking at there rather than the number. Gaggle of cars coming in. Mason Filippi, by the way, was the TCR Hyundai driver in the 831. Everybody hard on the anchors. And that's the 44 Falcon Porsche being followed in by Grello, the 911, then the Aston Martin of Volkenhorst, and they were all in behind a lower class BMW, which I think might have been the 150 car.
Indeed, but just ahead of that was the Shearer, the Shearer car as well, John.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. It was indeed Manuel Metzger in the Team Bilstein by Black Falcon car. So that is the leader in SP18 GT4 that was coming into the pits, followed by that gaggle of cars. Fricatelli in the pit lane, the defending champion, the number one, being won proudly on that car. That is the Luca Ludwig and Nico Varone driving that car today. And their two teammates who were listed will be in the car tomorrow. So we've now had the top 13 into the pits. The first car not to have pitted is Hubert Haupt in the Advan Mercedes, Team Advan and HRT, the number 6 car. And he's about to come round. Who's the best car that has pitted then? That's Chris Meese. Chris Meese about to come into the last 3 sectors. So the car we've got to look for here, Peter, with these cars making their longer stops because they went 1 lap further, you've got to look out for the number 16 in 16th position in class. That is the Chris Meese driven Share Sport PHX Audi. He'll be coming onto the Dottinger Höhe any second now, and there's a yellow flag on the start of the Dottinger Höhe. Oh dear me. So that's exactly what he didn't need, as he's trying to do what F1 commentators would be calling the undercut. Basically, he's done the shorter pit stop and he's got the advantage of the new tyres, and he's heading back towards us now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see, because there's repair vehicles, instant vehicles on the Dottinger Höhe, but we've just seen on board with the Backler-driven 33 Porsche now, having stayed left there, those intervention vehicles.
Well, that car stopped as well.
Yeah.
So that's the second car that has stopped. So let's see how well they get on. They were first and third when they came in. Let's see how they get out. We're waiting for the sign to be given to all those cars who have just come in. Haas, Muller, Preining, Pittard, Olsen, Ludwig. They've all jumped out of their cars now. But that's the cars that we are waiting to see. Engines are firing. And the 44 car is rolling. And Sven Muller brought that in. That looks like, is that Martin Ragginger behind the wheel now? Oh, no it isn't, because he's not in that car. He wasn't listed in that car, so that is Tim Heinemann. My apologies. He's going out. So there goes Meese, there goes Backler, and there goes Verveesh rejoining. I reckon those front cars have kept their positions, and in effect, Klaus Backler has jumped up a position in that 33.
He jumped to split the 2 Audis, hasn't he?
Yeah,
exactly that.
So.
Yeah. So that's worked out very well for them. There's a 7.4 second gap between them as well, so it's worked out very nicely.
Well, that's exactly what didn't happen last weekend, if you see what I mean. Klaus Abelin down in the pit lane with Patrick. What an emotional run to the checkered flag for the ADAC Ravenel 24 Hours last year. First win for Ferrari, first overall win for Fricatelli. There was a very, very big party. Ferrari immediately came round and knocked on his door and said, please, can we have the car back? We'd like it for our museum. So Klaus, being a very good businessman, said, not until I get a replacement and some compensation, please.
Wily old fox, I think, fits the phrase, doesn't it, only too well?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So we've got, with those yellows on the Dottinger Höhe, of course, John, they were just for the instant vehicles coming back from the carousel repairs. They're bringing that Scirocco out. So that's what they were just returning back. So that's why it was only yellows and not coaches to say they're coming back to their positions. But we've also got 178. We've still got a yellow at the moment, and I think it's... I'm just trying to find which car it is. Just bear with me, John. It's my tracker's not playing at the moment. So we've got a code 120 at Schwalbenschwanz.
Yeah. And Stefan Beloff S has got a problem there as well. So it's the same sort of area. Cracking battle for 4th position at the moment with Tim Heinemann and Thomas Preining. Falken, Porsche and Manthey EMA It's the light blue, almost teal blue and green car. And following in that, the Grello car and Jules Gunon, Alpine A424 sports car reserve driver this year. Jules back with Mercedes AMG as well, and in the get speed, number 130, not that far away from that battle at the moment. Was battling for fifth, check that, fourth, fifth and sixth position. Then it's Maxi Goetz, who's another half a second back, and Marco Wittmann for Rover Racing, and Christopher, 72 is the BMW of Max Hesse behind the wheel. I was going to say Chris Hesse, that's Chris Haase, Max Hesse. And that code 120, Peter, that you were talking about has been upgraded to a code 60 at the Schwalbentrans. Oh. So that's going to slow lap times down again. So by my calculations, and correct me if I'm wrong, dear listener, I reckon the top 25, make that actually the top 26 now. So all of the best placed of the SP9s and the SPX Glickenhaus have pitted. The Cup 2 cars just, they go a little bit longer, and they don't quite burn as much fuel. As Lance David Arnold has just gone past Antares out, Glickenhaus on Lions Bleed Porsche. Position on the track, but not in class, of course, there. And we've gone through the first hour, of course. We've slipped through that almost without noticing, Peter.
That's doesn't time fly when you're enjoying yourself? Just to prove the point.
If you're in these cars.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? You definitely would hope so. I'm super impressed by Falcon, and they're never far out of it, are they, John? They're always there or thereabouts in some form or other, and they're just one of those teams that they don't seem to have bad luck, and that's purely down to, I think, just superb preparation and experience. And they're just always up there in the mix, and you can never discount them, no matter who drives for them, to be honest. They've got a very good and strong driver lineup, but it's just such a great team, and why wouldn't you want to go and drive for them?
Let's take a few quotes from drivers after their first stints. Ricardo Feller said, "I wasn't able to pull away quite as I'd hoped in that number 16 Phoenix Audi. Share a Sport Phoenix Audi." He said, so it didn't quite work as well as we'd hoped at the beginning. Then it was Christoph's turn and was able to slip past in the slipstream, but it's good, consistent pace. The car's working well. The guys are doing a good job. Traffic's exciting, really. A few times I felt I had to smoothly slow down, but you can tell everyone is still a bit cautious, and that's pretty much a good thing. He said. Danny Sufi out of the Lamborghini Huracan, number 7. Start was wild, but I stayed out of trouble in the first lap, but I did get stuck behind a car and lost a lot of time. It's a learning experience for everybody. She gained information at every lap. The start was stupid, said Luca Ludwig in the Ferrari. The Frickadelli car got held up, had the worst start in years. After that was okay, was somewhere in the top 10, so that's all right. Sven Muller thought the start was fun. First 2 laps was able to match the pace of the 2 Audis. After that, we caved a little bit. Grip is still there at the moment. Not easy to read traffic, but with more driving time, you get back into the swing. The start was fun, said Chris Haase. At the beginning, the tyres were too cold, but things got better and better. The traffic was pleasant, and the car worked very well. We've still got to do a bit of fine-tuning, but we're close to top performance. It appears our car is bulletproof. You see, that could come back and haunt you, Chris, and that really could. The rest of the team have literally got their head in their hands at the moment as they are hearing me read that out. We're on lap 8 at the moment. We are down to 70 minutes completed, so 2 hours and 10 minutes, just on 2 hours 10 minutes still to go.
I'm just
on the grump.
I'm just fascinated, John, by the drive was pleasant quote. It's brilliant.
The traffic was pleasant.
Thank you. The traffic was pleasant. I know.
That's even more. Does he mean they were waving at him as he went by? He meant, I don't know. I'm not sure that. Maybe that hasn't translated quite as it should have from the German. Chris Haase is pretty cool, in fairness. So let me give you, then after another half an hour of running, the top positions, but I'll run them down very quickly. The 7.5 seconds after those first pit stops between Scherer Sports Audi, number 16, and the number 33 Falcon Porsche in second. That's Chris Mace and Klaus Bachsler. Fred Vervisch is with the second Scherer Sport Phoenix car in third place. That's the number 15. He's actually that timing has come down, and we've got a spin on the Grand Prix circuit, so I'll come back to that rundown in just a second. I think that car's just left the pits. I have a suspicion that might be the 444 car, but bear with me, and we'll wait for that to be identified by race control. Was that a Cayman? Is that the Corn car, or was it a 911? Just caught the look of it as it was spinning. Come back to that in a moment. I think it's getting going again, as we've now got a green track at Schwalbenschwanz, or whatever the problem was there. That has been sorted. So where did I get down to? I got down to Fred Vervisch, then Tim Heinemann, then Thomas Preining. So 3 seconds between first and second, 4 between second and third, 10 between third and fourth. That's the second of the Falcon cars, the 44. Then Manthey, just half a second further back. That's still a cracking battle. And as I suggested, the Mercedes team Bilstein. So Get Speed and Bilstein, Mercedes, Hassel and Thomas Preining, the 5th, 6th and 7th, 9, 11, 130 and 4. It's Max and Goetz. That's been a really good first run then from the Bilstein guys. They have made up by positions by stopping earlier, because they, remember, were right at the back of that start group after their infraction. Top 10 made up by Rover Racing's BMW number 98, Marco Wittmann, now behind the wheel. And he's in 8th. It's Max Hesse, the team RMG BMW, the 72, in 9th. And they're having a cracking battle with just 6 seconds further back. Nico Varone behind the wheel of the Frickadelli Racing team. Ferrari, that is your top 10. In the classes, Glickenhaus leads in 24th position in SPX Club 2, Black Falcons Porsche. It is Gabriella Piana in the number 27 in Cup 2. In Cup 3, Avia W and S Motorsport in their 962 numbered Porsche. They're in 40th. In 46, Dürr Motorsport has the boss man behind the wheel, and that number 55 leading SP11 in 46th position. It is Hyundai Motorsport in the 830, Mark Bessing leading TCR in 50th position. Schmickler Performance powered by Ravenol in SP10 leads. That's the 165 car, and that's 51st. 52nd, Dürr Motorsport in SP8T. That's a change then, because that was the 150 that was leading there earlier. That's Jimmy Broadbent's car. We'll keep an eye on that, then I'll go and find out what's going on with that. SP4T is the Subaru, the number 88 there in 55th. In 68th is the best of the alternatively fueled car. That's the 333 Max Kreuzer Racing machine. The BMW 240i, Adrenaline Motorsport with Manhattan Wales. That's the 650. Plus Line Racing Team lead SP7. With their number 80 car in 79th position. In 80th position is our next class leader, and that is another Adrenaline car. It's number 502. That's the rear-wheel drive VT2. V6 has another Adrenaline car, their third of 4 class leaders. This is the 396 in 83rd position. Team Mertens Motorsport lead the front-wheel drive VT2 category with the 491 in 87th and 89th. The 702 is the leader, and that is V4, leader in V4. Hoffa Racing, sorry, V5 is the 4th of the Adrenaline Motorsport teams. The 444 car is leading that V5 category in 90th. 3 more to go. 109th position for the Hoffa Racing SP6 leader, with one of the princes in, not sure whether it's Alex or Chantal. And it is Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport in the BMW class, the 108.85 in 115th, and in 119th it is the Dacia, which is running again the blue and orange 318. It is currently sitting at the bottom of the timing screen in 123rd position. Actually, I think it's higher than that now, because I think that car's past some machines. I think that is up in, no, it's in 118th position, that car. So it is it has moved up. It still doesn't look particularly speedy though, if I'm honest, as all the Cup 2 cars have come, top 7 Cup 2 cars have all hit the pits at the same time from the bottom end of the top 20. But there will be people who will be delighted to see that Dacia Logan back again. And it looks like they've got some sponsorship on that car this year as well. They struggled a little bit in the previous years. But now, Peter, is that a right rear puncture on the Dottinger here? Left rear puncture, sorry.
Yes, and that's the Aston, isn't it? Is that... it's certainly one of the Astons, and it's smoking a lot. You're absolutely right, John. That's definitely a puncture. Just coming up to Tiergarten now. It'll come into our view that we get to see of that very shortly, but it's you've got to get that all the way back. That's the Valkenhorst car, of course. That's the Holden, Assenheimer and Altman car, number 35 car. Yeah, left rear puncture. That tyre. The carcass is still on the rim, which means it's not going to do too much damage. And as you mentioned earlier, John, about Stuart Hall saying, you know, no matter how slow you drive it as a driver, it's never slow enough, and the team will never thank you for that. And it's that collateral damage you can do with that car, that tyre all the way around. But it looks like it's cost a lot of time, but it's getting it in slowly, and hopefully no other damage to it.
Was that the 36, do we think, or the 35?
The 35, John.
Oh, really? The better placed of the two cars, Kuba and Guy Maziak at the wheel of that car. Then that car was 13th in class after the pit stop. Kuba listed in... Sorry, that's the...
No, that's the 34 car, the pit hard started,
yeah,
yes.
35, then it's Ben Matasitz in that car. Matasitz in that car. Apologies, that's the one that he shares with Chandler Hull and Patrick Assenheimer. Chandler, the Texan. Very bad luck for them. And that happened at just before the Schwalbenschwanz, Peter. So coming down the hill through one of the very fastest parts of the circuit. If that went there as he was heading down the hill, and he's kept it out of the wall, he's done a really good job. If he's come through Flansgarden and it's coming down to the Schwalbenschwanz. That is another part of the circuit, as Peter was talking about earlier. There are parts of this track that are like a straight track. I know it's a road circuit, in inverted commas, and it isn't a public road, but it's a toll road. Absolutely no runoff in some of these places. So meantime, pit reporters are down at Black Falcon, and that's Gabriele Piana, who was leading the Cup class for Porsche 992 type GT3 Cup cars. Heck of a battle going on behind him. They've given up that lead to Keir Kramer Racing now after the pit stops, and second and third are two of the Mullner cars, the Peter Terting driven number 124, and the 125 in third place is Hans Wehrmann, and in fourth position is the Hankook competition sponsored car. That's not running on Hankook tyres, that is just the sponsored car. That's still running on the controlled tyres in class, and that is Stephen Shaw. He's just got in that car, took over from Ricardo Bruins. No, excuse me, that is the car that's running on the Hankooks. My apologies. That's the SPX car. So 4th is the Black Falcon number 103, which Gabrielli got out of, and he's handed that car, the number 103, over to his teammate Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. 4th for that, ahead of their teammates, the Black Falcon number 148. That'll be a battle all the way to the end, that car, that class. And it'll come down to who has the shortest last stop. Couple of quotes here, Peter. The Karsten Knechters out of the VW Beetle RSR said it's interesting to be on the track for the first time with this new car. We did a performance test in Mendig. The chassis can only be adjusted here on the Nordschleife. That's what we're working with, getting the chassis to work properly. We've got a few clean laps under our belt now. We'll try some different settings tonight and tomorrow. And if you've been wondering what's going on with the number 711 BMW 325i, the Eifelkind BMW hasn't been able to do any meaningful laps. They are having their transmission changed in that car. So that's some hard work for those guys, but hopefully Müller and Langsnich car will be back later on today or tomorrow. RSL_studio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us. It's me, John Hindorf, and him, Peter Snowden, with just under 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. And already, Peter, we're seeing the guys at the front of the field. The pace is pretty close. Nobody's gone quicker than that lap set earlier by the number 16. 1:14.6. Chris Mace in that car at the moment.
So it was that clear lap, wasn't it, at the beginning, where it's the best opportunity to do that, and although you're still going to get much of it because it's a rolling start, you don't actually get that clear lap that much, do you, really, in terms of a lap time? So no, it just doesn't quite work there. I was just looking there, John. I wasn't very familiar with, I have to confess, and I've done the old research in the background, so I went quiet for a moment, of this Beetle RSR, which appears to be based on an RSI. Road car.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very rare cars.
What exactly? Which I had heard about, but I have to say, forgive me, and I'd kind of forgotten about. But it's so it's a 3.2 litre V6 in it.
Yeah.
It's basically a wide-bodied. It's like a little mini Porsche. Hence, I guess the RSR bit, isn't it?
Well, yeah, except the engine's in the front, remember. So basically, remember, it's running on a Golf chassis. So it's basically like a Golf G60. So it's all-wheel drive. As I remember, they've been around
2020,
at least a couple of years.
Yeah, 2022. You're right, John. Yeah, that's when it came out.
They've got a sort of ducktail spoiler, and basically they built these. They were a standard. They had just over 200 horsepower, but they were brilliant piece of engineering. 250 were sold because now that's a number that you might recognise because it is a homologation number, but as yet they hadn't really done anything with it. So this, I think, is the first time we've seen a full racing version of it. It was, as far as I'm aware, there was an RSI Cup Series, if I remember rightly, but I can't remember what happened to that.
Wow. I was not as familiar with that as perhaps I should have been, but yeah, it's quite a little thing, isn't it?
I went to look at trying to find one, and they command pretty high premiums nowadays.
I think there was 65 grand new. I was saying, certainly it was built in Mexico.
Yeah.
The things you learn, eh?
There you go. Well, there's always one car at the end of a weekend that you go, I haven't seen that all weekend. So that'll probably be, half an hour to go tomorrow. We'll see something that we haven't realised. The Beamers I was going to say having a battle, but I don't think they are. There was a flash of the indicator from the GT Tyres Racing BMW to the cars behind. Now, let's get back to Cup 2, where Kay Kramer Racing is leading. They're just coming to complete a lap in 27th on down. So the number 121 leading that, with Christopher Bruck behind the wheel, a man from Cologne, and in behind the familiar blue and white and the H&R colours of Mühlner, and there's a couple of Mühlner cars right up the sharp end of the field. It's 1, 2, 4 in second from 1, 2, 3 in third, so that'll be Peter Turting who's taken over from Moritz Krantz, and in the 1, 2, 3 in third it is, now who is it in that car for Mühlner? It's Herr Hofmeister, who wasn't listed to be in that car. So now I'll have to check their other cars to see if he's transferred across. So let's have a look at the 1, 2, 3. And that should have been Tobias Vasquez and Marcel Hopper, and it's Marcel behind the wheel. Okay. Well, we happen to know Marcel Duc, who is engineering those cars. Now, he'll be busy at the moment, but we'll see if we can find out how and who is in that third car. But the battle for the lead coming to the end of the Grand Prix circuit through the Vidol chicane, and turning from the middle of the road left through what was effectively an uphill hairpin onto the North Loop, down through Sabine Schmidt's curve, named after the First Lady of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Anton Ruf, down in the pit lane being interviewed at the moment. That's the German you can hear in the background, and that is because their Cayman MR, or RS should I say, it's in the pit lane. They're looking under the right rear. That looks either exhausty. There's an engine under there somewhere. I've yet to see an engine in a Cayman or a Boxster. It's a very, very long way down. Flat 6 or flat 4 in the 718 models. This from Dave Alcock, Peter. I'm going to ask you this because you've been talking to some of the drivers. It is a bit of a movable feast, the answer to this question, but Dave Alcock's tweeted in using the hashtag RSL_24 to RSL_studio. How does tyre wear over a 1 hour or thereabouts stint at the Nordschleife compare with other tracks, long tracks, maybe the 4-mile lap at Road America or Sebring? Is this track a high tyre wear circuit?
I would say not so. I mean, time is time. It doesn't matter what's going on. It's not. I mean, it's pretty technical on various bits of it, but it's not massively. Certainly with some of the resurfaced bits now. So probably not. But you do have to manage it, and it's. I think the thing that's different for a driver around here, John and Dave, is that a lap is so much longer. It's different lap to lap, whereas ordinarily you sort of have 2 or 3 laps where it's one bit, then it's a bit less as the degradation comes in. Here and drivers tend to use that because we tend to drive by numbers, because we're pretty simplistic beasts, and we like reference points and turn-ins and all that kind of stuff, and signage at the side of the track and things we can see. So you get used to taking a corner a certain way or a certain pace, and you can't do that here. It's something else that's different again about the Nürburgring, because next lap's different to last lap because you've done so many more Ks in between. You might be 35, 40 kilometres difference, and that's a lot.
Third different leader of the race now, as Klaus Bachler has gone through for Falcon Motorsports in the number 33 Porsche. So we've had both the Scherer Sport 16 and 15 cars leading for Audi, and now Klaus Bachler, as they come to the end of the Hatzenbach, is leading by a couple of tenths of a second. The last bit I can answer of Dave's, he says, is double stinting possibility with a little drop-off? There's not really that much point in double stinting because you've got enough time to change the tyres. Now, what I've got to remind myself for the race, is there a tyre, a mandatory amount of tyres that you cannot use more than? I don't think there is in the 24 at the Nürburgring.
I think you're right, John. I don't think there is, no.
And I'll recheck when we get into race week, into the technical specs, Dave, but I don't think there's much point in double stinting if you're coming in at the end of a race and you've only got 2 or 3 laps to do. There might be advantage in leaving on a set of warm tyres for 2 or 3 extra laps and then basically just taking the time in the pit stops that it would take to put the fuel in rather than risking a cross thread or something like that. Battle for the lead, by the way, going past one of the Seats and heading through Adenauer Forest and now climbing up towards one of the higher parts of the circuit on the western side of the track. Great part of the circuit now, starting to plunge downhill. Look all the way down to Breitscheid, which is where the road crosses the high street of Adenauer, and that I think is probably one of my favourite parts of the circuit as they go down the hill through down to Metzgerfeld and Kallenhardt, Verseifen, Breitscheid at the bottom of the hill, then Exmüller, Bergwerk. Between Exmüller and Bergwerk, that's the Niki Lauda accident spot. Bergwerk's super important because it's all uphill there to the carousel pretty much. So you get that one wrong at Bergwerk and you pay for it for the next couple of miles.
It's also an incredibly fast part of the circuit, isn't it, John? If ever you see some of the onboards that we've seen or witnessed some of the driving, we often get it with some of the Porsches up there, and it's where these drivers come into their own, sort of through there and up to Kastelchen, all the way up to the carousel. That super fast section of the track. And when you see them weaving through other traffic or just making those split-second decisions with which way to go and hoping that the driver in front will stay exactly where they are.
Yes.
That's the key bit. Is, and you know, don't change direction, don't change speed or direction when you've got faster class cars approaching you. In fact, we're just right on cue now. We've got Julian Backlet in the 33 Falcon doing exactly that run. And just he's got a clear run as a half, just maximising every little bit of, you know, not necessarily runoff, but you know, a little bit of curb, a little bit of flat tarmac area. That's the job done. Big right-hander, big brake, and then up into the carousel where I just love that still. It's the NLS logo still, isn't it? That the carousel. It's just fabulous. The Caracciola carousel, as it should be called.
Well, yeah, and because Rudolf Caracciola was, legend has it that he was the first person. It was a drainage ditch originally, that concrete on the left-hand side, the inside, and Caracciola realised that by dropping down into it, he could actually keep his speed up a little bit using the banking and almost a bit of rallying there as he ditch-hooked it in some respects.
Drivers will be drivers.
That's right, and Klaus Backlet doing. Is it Klaus in that car at the moment? Yes, it is. Klaus Backlet doing exactly that in the lead, number 33. Quick note, and this again is not good news for Peter. We've had the Kuba Gimasiak number 34 Aston Martin from the Valkenhorst Motorsport team. It's been a bad couple of minutes for them. I'll come back to the battle at the front of Cup 2 in a moment, as there's a positional change there, and that is Peter Turton going to the lead of Cup 2 as he heads onto the Grand Prix circuit. But Kuba Gimasiak has had contact with the barriers in Sabine Schmidt's corner. It has, however, continued. I'll see where that car drops down to. It was sitting just outside the top 10 for Kuba Gimasiak, but a new leader in Cup 2. Marcel Duke will be delighted, as will plenty of our collective, as that blue and white car with Peter Terting at the wheel, very experienced driver Peter, takes the lead of Cup 2 from the Kay Kramer Racing machine, the 121 gold and black car, in second. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm going to ignore the Aston update, thank you. We've got another code. That's all right, I know. We've got another code 60 just between the end of Verschiffen and before Exmüller. This is for the 651 Adrenaline Motorsport BMW M240i car. That's obviously in the 240 class, and that's just stopped. Literally just before Exmüller. Exmüller's a sort of a left-right kink coming out of Verschiffen, so a right-left kink, and it's just not. It's just parked there at the side of the road at the moment. Whether it's had any connection with the barriers or not, I don't know. Don't know what's happened. You said the 34 Aston has continued, John, but do we know how much? Because I was watching some of the. There's a camera angle we get sometimes, John. You may have spotted that is looking back. We've got more cameras than ever this year, looking back from the top of Hatzenbach towards the towards the Sabine Schmitz curve there, and I noticed there. I've always said that was a defining part of joining the Nordschleife, because it's really narrow, and that's when they focus you off the wide GP circuit onto that bit. But the drivers have been running past the end of a barrier there, and then almost moving over to the right slightly to use a little bit of tarmac there, which would be actually the area where you pull the cars back into, where they park retired cars, to get a run down to Hatzenbach. So I just hope he hasn't clipped the barrier there, which would suggest if he has, it would be rear end damage, which means drivetrains and all sorts, doesn't it, if you don't look out.
And it looks as though Brück has got back ahead of Terting, so Kay Kramer Racing back to the head of Cup 2 in the battle for overall 27th and 28th, but that is a class lead going backwards and forwards as they were getting to the end of the Hatzenbach. Keep an eye on that. I doubt we'll see them till they come back through, neither of those cars with the onboards on. Meantime, BMW versus AMG versus BMW, with the Rover Racing BMW of this is for 8th position, Marco Wittmann, Matti Goetz and Max Hesse all together. The black, yellow and white BMW, the Bilstein yellow and blue AMG, and then the Shell BMW. And behind them, I think that's Phil Ellis in the next of the Team Get Speed cars. Yes, it is the number 9 in the highlighted yellow car. So that is shaping up to be. Is that Phil Ellis, or is it the Schnitzelheim car, which is a little bit of laps down? I'll get a better look at that as they come off the Grand Prix circuit. They've got traffic ahead of them as they head down the hill towards the Vidal chicane, and then ultimately turning left onto the circuit, onto the long circuit. It's very tight indeed, particularly for that 9th spot. Maxi Goetz has got his mirrors full. Oh, and there was a vehicle, there's several vehicles there, Peter. That was a good spot, just going on to the Nordschleife and then turning into the Sabine Schmitz curve. So I think there's barrier repair going on, and that's what they're trying to do. Those guys there who were battling for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th barely lifted off there, and that's covered by waved yellow, so they may get a slap on the wrist for that.
Yeah, indeed. I was just looking at the number 34 Aston lap time there with Gubika Maziak at the wheel. That's done, so say it's in 14th position. That did an 8:17 on its last lap, so it's not out of sync with timing with everybody else. I mean,
lost one place.
Yeah,
that's all. Which, if he's had a little bit of an off there, Peter, and given there's so little runoff, to have lost one place and be still running, I think he'd take that.
He's got away, hasn't he?
Take that. Oof.
No, my apologies. Sorry, it's 8:17 is its best lap. Its last lap was an 8:30.
No, there you go. That makes sense.
Yes, that makes more sense. Yeah, so it has lost a bit of time there. That said, Van Tor in the couple places behind in the M4 BMW, that's done an 8:29. Beretta in Mercedes. He's on 8:28, so it's a little bit out to me. Where it was running up for 4th place with David Pittard, it started that car a bit different.
Yeah, but Mick Grenier, who went past him on that lap, did it at 8:22.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
8 seconds
going
quicker.
on to going on to the Grand Prix track is the number 150. This is the car that won on Sunday in class last weekend. Currently running in 40th position. 46th position, sorry. Second in SP8T to the Door Motorsport Aston Martin GT4, the number 169. Now, at the moment, that's got at MG Sharudin behind the wheel. Races under his tag. It's that car that's right with him. I don't think that's a battle for class. That is the Avia leading Cup 3 Porsche there that's right behind him. So that is not a battle for class position, although it is a battle for 46th and 47th. The 150 then, it's Mikhail Sharudin along with Steve Brown and Jimmy Broadbent, who drove the car last weekend. Manuel Metzger is drafted into that. Anglo-German and now Swiss team lineup for the Ravenol ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Now, let's get back to the sharper end of the field and the faster cars. Audi Sharer Sport PHX at the moment going through the Caracciola carousel. Second place for Chris Meeks. Can see just ahead of him the distinctive Falcon tyre coloured Klaus Bachler driven Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Porsche, Audi, Audi, Porsche, Porsche, Mercedes for your top 6, separated by 43 seconds. And if you go down to a minute, you're going to take in the top dozen. All SP9 cars. Klingenhaus's pace has dropped away just a little bit. Let's bring you up to date with what's going on then. Falcon leads with the 33 car from the 2 Sharer Sport Audi 16 and 15. And then it's Tim Heinemann in the Falcon Motorsports number 44. Mansai with Grello in 5th. 6th, the 130 Get Speed. Shilkunon behind the wheel. Nico Varone getting his first taste of the Fricatelli Ferrari, although he has driven a 296 before. The number 1 runs in 7th. Rover Racing in 8th with their BMW number 98. Then it is, where are we? 72 BMW for Team RMG. Mercedes Bilstein in 4th position, having started from the back. Team Get Speed in 11th with the number 9. The 27 Abt Sportsline Lamborghini in 12th. Mick Grenier for Team Get Speed, number 8 Mercedes. Then Valkenhorst, number 34 Aston. Then Herbeth in the red and white, the Fat Turbo, number 15. Position 15, sorry, for the number 5. And the top 20 made up with the 99 BMW for Rover Racing. The number 3 Mercedes for Team Bilstein. The Dynamic GT Porsche, number 54. The Team Advan and HRT AMG number 6, and Conrad's Lamborghini Huracan make up your top 20. In the classes, Glickenhaus leads for SPX in 22nd. Cup 2 is the KKM Racing car, but it might have changed 3 times since they come across the line, probably has. Door Motorsports 55 leads SP11 with their KTM. They also lead in SP8T GT4. TCR's Hyundai's Works 830 in 41st position. Schmickler, powered by Ravenol, lead SP10 in 43rd with their 165. Avia WS Motorsport, that's yellow and gold, or gold and yellow, Cup 3, number 962. That's the Porsche Cayman, 46th position. The blue STI Subaru leads SP14 in 60th. Max Cruiser Racing has the alternative fuel lead with their number 10 car in 63rd. Adrenaline lead 240i class with their 662. Plus Line Racing lead the SP7 class. Adrenaline in V6 with the 396 in the 80th. Adrenaline in VT2 with the number 500. Mertens Motorsport VT2 front-wheel drive for the 491 is in 85th. Back to Adrenaline for their 4th class leader. Their team sponsored by Manhattan Wheels this year. The 444 leads V5 in 89th. Hoffer Racing have just gone to the lead of SP6 with either Chantal or Alex Prince driving that 207 car in 102nd, ahead of Kevin Sports and Racing 750, who are now leading V4. That's a change in 103rd position. Hoffer Racing by Bunk Motorsport lead the small BMW class with their 85. And the Dacia is still running in 119th and leads SP3T. That's how it stands with 2 hours 15 minutes to go. I am getting some information that the BMW M240 number 651 has had an incident at Versailles area, and if I'm translating it right, it says has rolled over.
I was just about to say exactly the same, John. I've got the same reports. I think it's possibly a little bit further Arenberg, maybe. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch watch a bit of onboard here, which I've got on the GPS tracker with the number 33, which happens to be our lead car, of course, the Backler Falcon Porsche, and see if it goes past that everything, eagle eyes, if I can see anything, if we won't see anything there at all.
He's just gone past the RSI BMW, and he's got Chris Mace right with him as they go around the far side of Cup 3. Porsche Cayman now coming to the end of the Hatzenbach, and Mace is all over the leader as they ride the curb on the right hand side. Don't touch the curb on the left there as you come to the end of the Hatzenbach, and then starting to go downhill across the bridge, which was reprofiled a little while. Here comes Chris Mace starting to climb now, heading up to this tricky right-hander. The Porsche staying to the right of the road, right in the middle of the road. There's no way by there. Maybe at the top of the hill that there's an opportunity as they go through the Swedish cross left-hander. That's where they're coming to now. The Porsche pulls away 2 or 3 cars lengths. Brake, just a tap and dab of the brakes coming into that left-hander, more to keep the car on the ground. Now Arenberg, top of the foxhole, all newly resurfaced here, and a clear track ahead of the battle for the lead. This is marvellous stuff as Klaus Backler dives down, left, right, just as you get to the bottom of the hill and start to climb, get the car balanced, dab on the brakes, down 1 gear, turn in, dab on the brakes, down another gear, dab on the brakes, down a 3rd time, and get the car right to the right hand side and punch out of Adenauer Forest. Slight climb there. You can use the left hand side of the block paving over the top of the curbs, and Mies is right with them now as they're climbing again. Let the hill do your braking. There's just a little lift off through these 2 left-handers. No brake from the leader there. Now over the top of the hill, heading down towards the sweeping right-hander, and now down into Vipperman. And there's traffic just when the leader didn't need it. Chris Mace goes to the right side. Yellow flags. Yellow flags as they come into that area. Now where's the green? That's what Mies will be looking at. There's track fields on the right hand side, so he moves to the left, excuse me, down into Versailles, which is the tricky 1st or 2nd gear left-hander, but it's in a little bit of a ball, and there is a car upside down there. I reckon, Peter, there was a car upside down to the right there of the leaders as they head down the hill towards the lowest part of the circuit, just before they cross the bridge that goes over the main street. That's where they are now, the alternative entry for the tourist laps on their right-hand side. This all repaved a few years ago, so you can't use the change in tarmac is where you lift off and turn in. Now up towards Bergwerk. Super impressive run there. So I think, Peter, we can say then that we have seen a car upside down.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think it looks like the 240i. Difficult to tell from that angle. I'm not used to seeing it that way, but that would tie in with it being the 651 Adrenaline Motorsports 240i. So I'm not sure whether it was Yannick Himmels or Marvin Marino at the wheel of that. As long as they're okay. Yes, I'm guessing it's him, Himmels, who was swapped by now, I'm sure.
Was it
651, which I'm just trying to, I'm just scrolling all the way down to find that. 651 Marino it was. It's actually still Marvin Marino. Is listed on the timing screen.
Okay.
8 laps
maybe he's
completed.
doing half the race.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to do half the race.
Yeah.
Under the half, got another 20 odd minutes to go, or 10 minutes to go, and then they swapped over and done 2 hours. Could have done that. Toyota Supra coming down to start the lap. This is the Toyo Tyres 171 machine. Toyota with their GT4 package now. And a brand new, it's Michael Tischner, by the way, at the wheel of that car. Toyo Tyres with Ring Racing. Sitting in 50... what position? 52nd position, and second in SP10 to their team car, with Andreas Gulden behind the wheel. They're in 42nd position, so a little way up the road. New GT3 car coming from Toyota and Lexus. They've been strategically leaking pieces of video footage of it driving around the Mount Fuji circuit in Japan. We don't know what it's going to be called yet. Of course, they are running the Lexus RCF in IMSA and in FIA World Endurance Championship. That car would be eligible to race here in SP9, in GT3. And as we mentioned earlier on, if you weren't with us, number of Toyota drivers, works drivers, completed enough laps to get their permit last weekend. The permit regulations changed this year to allow drivers to amass enough time in the car in just the 2 4-hour races last weekend to get their ring permit. More double waved yellows, get a chance to have another look maybe from the onboard of the I-30, which is going a little bit slower as they come down to Verseiven into the pits from 4th in SP10. The Schmickler Performance blue and white came in GT4. Was that car back on its wheels there, Peter?
It did look that way, didn't it?
Well done. We've got a flatbed there as well, but obviously you can't put a car on a flatbed if it's upside down.
Be back in the race shortly.
Well, before the questions start coming in at RSL_studio, #RSL_N24, you are allowed outside assistance if the car comes back to the pits either on the end of a tow rope or on the surface roads. Obviously, if it comes back, you lose on the surface roads, you won't get the lap that you started. But fix it, get it back out again. The outside assistance rule that you have in other forms of motorsport, World Championships, FIA, WEC, Le Mans, etc., does not apply here. Formula One as well. It's basically have at it, boys. Oh, are we already into our next set of pit stops?
We are.
We are. As Chris Meese has come in from 2nd place. And that means he releases Frederick Vervisch to try and chase down Klaus Bachler. The gap between them as they went across the line was 9.5 seconds. The distinctive green and black helmet of Chris Meese getting out of that car. No rush because of the mandated pit stop time. So I think that should be getting in, isn't it?
I think you're right, yes, I think it is, John.
I think that's Ricardo's helmet. Ricardo started the car. Number of drivers are listed in multiple cars this weekend. I think that's just in case things go wrong with one or the other, or they wanted to get a few extra laps. Oh, now this is interesting. Can't get the door net to clip back on. Now, Peter, what were you saying about having luck or no luck when you get a puncture?
Well, exactly. That's the place to do it, isn't it? This is the number 800, isn't it, Scirocco? And very kindly there, just keeping away out of the way of one of the Rover BMWs as going into the pit lane. He hasn't reached the 60k mark, so he's just moved across to one side, even indicating to the right, John, to let the other car through. I mean, how gentlemanly is that at this level of racing still? So this is the 800, the Florian Halter car, Golf 7. So I can't believe there's a 7th version of a Golf. Yeah, we remember the originals, don't we, John? We were at school. We were at school, of course.
Yeah,
but,
right.
Yeah. Okay.
You might have been.
I'm only within a. I think we're within a school year of one another, John.
Oh, are we?
Yes.
It's Bradley, the oldest, then me, then you.
Correctly.
It was Sebastian Schermann who brought that car in. Florian Haller started the car. The man who lives in the very beautiful St. Leonhard in Italy. It's where he lives, at least. And out go those cars that have stopped first. And again, an extra lap for a number of the other cars. So coming in were the Scherer Sport Phoenix car, and it was Stippy getting in, Frank Stippler. Also came in Max Hesse for BMW RMG in the 72, Maxi Goetz for the team built on the Dottinger, moving slowly drivers left.
Yeah, and it's so often a place, isn't it, where we see cars, maybe it's just a camera shot there, but we just, it looks like a Hyundai again.
It is a Hyundai.
It is.
Is that left front puncture again?
Does look that way. It's certainly sitting down on that side. Now, is it crabbing at the back?
Good call. Good call.
The right rear is not described. Yes, so you can see the right rear on the camera shot we've got at the moment, John, just looking back down the Dottinger, a slightly long shot, as it were, slightly foreshortened, but it's seeing that when he sort of lifted off or a little bit there, the wheel towed in or out, so almost like a toe link issue or something.
I think that's the 492, which was in where have I just lost it? It was in 4th. That's the Team Mertens car. I think that was leading its class not so very long ago. And if that is the case, that is a disaster for that car. Let me just check that, 492. But certainly we had the Team Mertens car leading at one stage. So Alex Georg Schneider at the wheel. Akshay Gupta, I believe, started that car. So unless they have a team car that's still further up the timing, which I'm now scrolling up to have a look. There's the Kievan car. No, it's the Hislop car that still leads. So that is the teammate car to the leading VT2. But he's getting that car back. Nicely done. Best of the TCRs, by the way, just going out onto the Nordschleife at the moment, is the very well-placed 39th Mark Bessing driven Hyundai N Motorsport Elantra. He shares, well, I mean, he's got more, he'd probably drive around here in the dark with his eyes closed, Mark Bessing. Also very, very good if the rain should fall. And that number 830 with a clear track at Schwedenkreuz and heading up to the top of the hill at Arenberg. And now he'll be dropping down. He's with Manuel Lauk and Mikel Azcona. I think it was the Spanish driver Mikel Azcona who started that car. I stand to be corrected on that. Can't believe, Peter, how much smoother it is through the foxhole, and actually it allows people to move offline a little easier, which is exactly what happened as the black Abt GT3 car went through there on that last lap. It is just so much smoother through the foxhole.
It's a brilliant point, John, that I hadn't thought of actually, and I've been watching it during the race and thinking how fast they look down there. That sounds silly at one of those parts of the circuit, but it just looks that bit more. But that point you've just made there about being able to change direction and go offline, it then presents so many more opportunities to do things with different speed differentials and different multi-class racing, and that's fantastic. That can only be going to be good for the racing in general. I just would have thought lap times would have come down a bit. As you said, look, quite rightly, last weekend it didn't happen then either, the 2 rounds we had here then, and it hasn't happened. I just thought it would be, I thought it would have some effect, not massive, I just thought it'd be over a lap, 1.5, 2 seconds, and I thought it'd be worth, but the resurfacing of the different parts of the circuit, not just the foxhole, but it hasn't transpired yet.
Peter Snowden and John Hindhaugh on duty today and tomorrow. Another 4 hours starting at 1 o'clock local time. We'll be on the air at 1:15 midday for the race, and that's another 4 hours. However, I urge you to get up a bit earlier than that and get online, because at, I think it's 9:30 UK time, we are going to be doing the top qualifying, and this is what happens in the top positions in a few weeks' time for the Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Cars being set off at 20-second or so intervals to have 2 flying laps, should they require them, of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So bolt on a nice set of tyres, get yourself warmed up and go for it. Absolutely incredible, and that is worth watching tomorrow. Go to radiolemans.com, go scroll down to the bottom of the front page, and that gives us our on-air time in British summertime. Have a quick look at that and make sure you join us for that. Tim Heineman's leading the race at the moment for Falcon number 44, so that's the 4th different car, I reckon, who has led. It's another Porsche. Thomas Preining is in Grello behind. They've not yet made their second stops. It should be Klaus Bachler who comes through in the lead.
No, he's in the pits. They're in the pits. Bachler's in the pits.
So they've just stopped.
They're in the pits now, just handing over to Julian Andlauer, going back into their number 33, John.
Right, so where is Stippy then? He's down in 16th. He's halfway round the Nordschleife. He is the leading car on the Nordschleife who's done the second stop. So the Scherer Sport Audi, number 16. Then the next one that's done a second stop is the Team RMG. That's now been driven by Charles Weerts, number 72. And then I reckon it is... it's the BMW. No, it's not. It's Mercedes. Tim Bilstein car. Adrian Miney in the number 4 car. And again, reminder, that started at the very back of the first group. As into the pit lane comes the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston. The black and white car.
Stippler just coming up to the end of Dottinger through the Tiergarten, so onto the pit straight shortly.
I tell you what, if they've had a spin and been off, oh, there's a very slight misalignment on the boot lid, but I couldn't see anything on the left-hand side. Kuba Giermasiak is out of the car. Battle for what is the lead right now.
Stippler's through.
Is he through?
Yep.
Right.
He's through turns 1 and 2 already.
Okay, excellent.
Andlauer's just leaving the pit lane now, just literally pit the blend line right now.
So Julian Andlauer back in the number 10, just the 2 drivers there. So I reckon that gap's opened up a bit between those 2 cars, the 16 and the 33. Scherer Sport and Falcon Motorsports. The 2 cars that are leading at the moment at Adenauer Forst, with the sun right in their eyes as they're... Actually, that isn't Adenauer Forst, it's a bit further round there. Just coming down to Wippermann now. I love this part of the track. Yellow flags still out there for that remedial work that's going on down at the hairpin, at the siphon. I'm giggling because Thomas Prynan is so close to the back of the Falcon Porsche. Incredible. They're doing some barrier work and there's an awful lot of drying agent there, but the BMW that we believe went over, which was the number 631?
651.
651, thank you. That is now on the flatbed, so it's now just about getting the barrier repair done. I think that car's cannoned down through the barriers and done both sides before it's flipped on that car. Going out onto the Nordschleife, the Pro Sport Aston, with well, I reckon that's 11th position for that car at the moment, the green and white machine. That is the Pro Sport car, as we say.
So that's the number 17 car?
17, correct. Sorry,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And Pro Sport taking on Astons. They've changed brands over the winter, desperate to get some. I think they were still building these cars towards the back end of last year, so they haven't had a huge amount of time with them.
Yeah, it's just outside the top 10, 11, John, yeah.
I think they'll take that, Peter, for this.
Yeah.
This is Jelmer Berman behind the wheel, by the way. I should have said that.
Yep.
Jelmer's got plenty of experience. He knows how a GT3 car should feel around here. And they'll be just wanting to make sure that everything's dialed in. And if it is, maybe they'll try for a little bit more performance tomorrow.
And I think that's evident in its times, John, because it's best laps an 8:22. Which is, you know, it's steady, and that's probably a very good thing to do as well, to just get dialed in. As you say, we said, didn't we, just pre-show when the cars were going out onto the grid, and that it was, you know, data collecting, and that's what you need to, with a new car. That's what you need to do, or get used to it.
Exactly.
Exactly what these are. N24 qualifiers. It's getting yourself match fit for the big one, which is, I have to say, John, only a month away.
Yeah, exactly right. The yellow and black Porsche coming down at the bottom of the hill on the Grand Prix circuit is the number 106, which is Cup 2, but listed as a guest Cup 2 car for Marco van Gramshorst and Ralph Peter Bonk. Maurice Schuring and Florian Wahl have a similar car, as do... Oh, actually, they're both shown as guest cars, but that is basically Cup 2 AM, that car, but showing as a guest. Now we've got more course vehicles out on a different part of the circuit. Is that still down towards Forsyth? No, that's still down towards Siphon.
I think that run down to it, isn't it, John? There where we saw it. Yes, we've got. I think what you're saying about that BMW having potentially clipped the barriers left and right and basically rattled itself down all the way there would be self-evident that there's intervention vehicles on the left and we're at the right, and there's all the damage on the right. And there there don't appear to be many wheels on that car. Just saying that would be an impediment to it. Finishing the race, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, moving.
Yes. So we're coming down, in fact, we're beyond half distance now, so we're into the second half with an hour and 51 minutes to go. That was Peter Snowden, I'm John Hindhoff. We go back to green. The battle continues. Frank Stittler has got the Mercedes ahead of him, the number 6 car, and this is not helping him. Stippy is effective leader of the race, and at the moment he's being held up a tiny bit by that black number 6 car ahead of him, and that car is the Advan HRT AMG. Actually, that isn't that car. That isn't that car at all. My apologies.
Just watching, John, there, some of the little bit of a Julian Andlauer. I think it's at Bergwerk by the look of it. We talk about this multi-class racing. We so often say about drivers having to catch up with somebody else and getting into somebody else's battle. And it was Julian Andlauer in the SP9 GT3 category Porsche Falcon car was sitting behind one of the GT4 Supras that in turn was behind something else of a different class. So the GT4 Supra had to clear that car, and Andlauer had to wait behind that and clear both of them. And it's not just one other class you're fighting against. Sometimes it can be exactly that, and that's why you just got to be on your top game all the time. And it never ceases to amaze me, these drivers at all classes as well. And we always talk about the people sort of, at the front here in the SP9 GT3 cars, how well they deal with traffic. They can only deal well with traffic if they help as well. And it's the other classes. That's just why we have this great permit system, and they help enormously.
I really like this quote from Chris Meese. Chris now, of course, Ford Multimatic Works driver. He's just got out of the number 16 leading car, the Audi, and he says the Audi R8 GT3 is in some ways my ex-wife. I'm driving in the 24-hour in a few weeks' time for Shara Phoenix, and then the Audi chapter is officially over for me, which he's been there a very, very long time, Chris Meese at Audi, but obviously Audi still running customer cars and very successfully, but inexplicably, and I'm just going to say that neither Audi or AMG been given invitations to race in the World Championship, in the World Endurance Championship, which means their cars can't race in the ELMS or at Le Mans, of course, although they make up about half of the entries in GT3 in the ACO's Asian Le Mans series.
Although did I read this week, John, that AMG are in discussions to change that, to have their cars considered?
That's for the, in fairness, that is for this year.
Yeah.
And I've spoken to a number of people at the ACO and the FIA who've said it will be on constant review. There's a numbers problem with the WEC in particular. I don't think that exists quite as much in the ELMS. And I honestly don't think, really think that there's any reason that they couldn't be there. Meantime, Frank Stippler has managed to pass the black AMG that was ahead of him, and it was actually the Team Advant car. I should have gone with my first thought. That car will be pitting this time around. There it goes, the red and black car, and heads into the pit lane. That's a problem for Audi. They've lost a lot of their good drivers because there just hasn't been anywhere for them to go and race. By the way, the number 36 Valkenhurst Aston Martin has received a time penalty of 160 seconds for ignoring code 60s. That one came in a couple of 3 minutes ago. This from Marco Holzer out of the Porsche number 54. He said there was a heavy impact in the Verseifert, long code 60, driving in the evening, otherwise always cool. Car's good for testing that we have consistent conditions. And Klaus Bachler, just out of the 33 car, was leading when he brought that car in. He says it's fun to race again here. It's my first one this year. Nordschleife is always something special. It's quite busy. There's a lot of cars. I think the format of the qualifying race is cool, and I look forward to being able to get back in the car to bring it to the end later on. So just some little bits and pieces there, as obviously we don't get the German interviews, but giving you some of the comments from drivers getting out of the cars. Now, let's get back to the top of the times. Stippler has gone back through into the lead and been scored in the lead, Peter. So that's the 5th change of lead, I reckon.
I think you're right on that, yeah. So Stippler, Muller and Guven there, isn't it? So it's the Grello in 3rd. 15
That's a position made up.
Yeah, 15 laps completed.
So Stippler and Müller were, or their cars at least, the Falcon Porsche was leading before that set his pit stops, and now it's 5 seconds behind. I'll just check that when they come through the next sector. Manthey and Grello, I reckon, have made up a position. The number 15 Scherer Sport at each pit stop has dropped a position. Falcon's 33 is in 5th position. Nico Varone has stayed behind the wheel of the number 1 Frickadelli racing car, and he's in 6th. The other big mover, Arjun Maini, in the Mercedes number 4. That car started right at the back of its class, and there's now a genuine 14th position. So that's all right. Tim Heinemann, who also led the race for number 44 Falcon Porsche. There's a lot going on. He said, but I've had a great fight. It was really fun. This is about refining the car further. We're racing drivers, and of course we want a good result, but preparation is the priority. We need more information, especially from the tyres. Remember, they run Falcon tyres, and the one thing that Falcon have as a slight disadvantage in terms of their development, not about how they go about their racing, is that their manufacturing facility isn't in Europe. Therefore, any feedback from here, if you want to change compound or construction, that's got to go back, be enacted, and then the tyres have got to get out of their plant in the Far East and get to Europe to be tested. Whereas most of the other manufacturers are building race tyres in Europe, so they get thrown on a truck and get tested, and then the feedback can start all over again. So they do know they have to work with that. They've put their hands up and admitted it. Interviewed a couple of their drivers in the past. It's just a little bit different the way they do their tyre development. Let's go through the tyre list actually and find out how many we've got this year. It's normally 7, 8 or 9 or something like that, Peter, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And again, it's one of the things that appeals to me so much about this series is that it's not just multi-class and the most amazing ribbon of tarmac in the world, probably, in terms of a long-distance event. But it's multi tyres. Manufacturers, you can choose different suppliers, and there's so many permutations, and yet it's all so close still. And different teams have different ways of running the same car. They go and buy a product, whether it be a Porsche or a Mercedes or an Audi or an Aston, whatever it may be, and they've all got different ways of running it. And we've seen teams, as you say, quite dramatically switch from a brand they've been associated with years and start again. And all that years of intel have gone, but they still get to the front again quite quickly because it's down to that preparation, and it never ceases to amaze me. There's so much more to this that the drivers relatively have a relatively easy bit of it. I'm going to get shot for that one, aren't I? Yeah.
Relatively, I think you get away with that. Yeah. Just some more news about that car that was turned over. This from, where were we? I've just lost, which driver was it?
In the 651, John?
No, it was one of the drivers who was saying he thought the car might have been on fire. There we are. It was Maxi Goetz.
Okay.
He said, but I did see the driver out of the car. He said, you can tell a lot of people have just got their race permit. You're losing a lot of time on overtaking, but that's all right. We're going through the programme. And Chan Guven jumped in after Thomas Preining. He got out with a big smile on his face, said it's great to be racing here again. My pulse has been constantly at 108 beats a minute. It's just a lot of fun. Adjusted for pit stops, we're second. Things are going better than we'd hoped. We're happy. There's a great atmosphere outside and a surprisingly large number of spectators. And he's enjoying the run through the Eiffel Mountains, or he was. He'll get in later as well. And share of sport now by 3.8 seconds. So Müller coming back in the Porsche. Sven Müller coming back in the Porsche to the Audi. Can Guven just got into that car, the Turkish driver, the number 911, the Grello. He is in third, and it's Dennis Marshall who's behind the wheel of the number 15, the second of the share of sport machines. Audi, Porsche, Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari. Nico Varone starting to feature in the top 6 now, and gently, Peter, the Fricatelli Racing Team Ferrari 296 is just beginning to look like, at a minute or so away from the leader. It used to be like when Olaf Manthey was on the pit wall. You never back against Manthey, whatever happened. You never back against Klaus Abelin. He's forgotten more about racing round here than many people will ever learn.
And he's just a definition of cool, isn't he, in terms of a team owner? It's when I say he's from a different age, I mean that I celebrate it. He just of a different age, and that's just brilliant. That win last year was just fantastic. And I was talking to David Pittard last year when he was at Le Mans, actually, just as a spectator. I think he came to your booth, didn't he, actually, at one point?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he did. But he was telling me in the paddock office, he said, but I can't use the term he used, but it was very much a driver Anglo-Saxon term about the state of the dampers on the car. You leave the rest of it. And that was by about halfway through the race, through the night. Yeah. And he said, he said the car was so good that despite that, they could still nurse it. He put it to the end. And it's like, I don't call winning it nursing it to the end, but he's a typical driver, as in, yeah, they were, I think, a bit more than second-hand, the dampers, should we say?
Yes, indeed so. It's new century, old school endurance. The cars are so GT3 cars, you know, let's not forget GT3 and GT4 are based on road-going cars. GT3 is getting further and further away from the road cars. They are pretty much, in fact, no, they are purpose-built race cars. GT4 still bear a little more of a resemblance. However, the reliability that are built into prototype race cars at Le Mans, down through the GTs, GT3, GT4, it's absolutely extraordinary to my mind. When I first started going to Le Mans at the end of the 1980s, very long time ago, kids, look it up, still had vinyl records, and you know, the internet was barely invented, and well, I couldn't turn a computer on, I'll tell you that now. In 89. You would see gaps at the front of the field at Le Mans that were 5 laps, that were 3 laps, that were 8 laps. And you would have thought, and you went away from Le Mans thinking, well, that was a tight race. And, you know, I think Jeremy always tells the story in the States of how the first Daytona he went to was won by 85 miles, which is incredible. So, you know, that's 10 laps at Le Mans, you know, and we still thought we'd had a good time and watched some good racing. And then you'd read all the papers and the specialist magazines in the next week to find out who would be nursing which problem, and who had lost third gear, and who'd lost second gear, and who had something fallen off, or was only running on 7 of 8 cylinders or whatever. And that was what endurance racing was like within my lifetime, in most of your lifetime, those of you who are watching and listening. Leader, by the way, with a clear bit of track ahead, heading up to Schwedenkreuz at the top of the hill, turn and left.
Just got a Toyota I think it's one of the GT4 Supers there with another puncture, but it was at Tiergarten. That would have just dived into the pits. I didn't get to see which one it was, John. My apologies. I just saw it diving into the pits. I didn't get to see the number. Just something you were just saying there about, John, you mentioned about earlier about cars having outside assistance and whatever. And of course, this is one of the absolute philosophies of endurance racing. Go back to when it started. You mentioned about the Nürburgring coming up to being 100 years old shortly. And the days of, at Le Mans, as you will know, for the rules years ago, I think in the 20s, maybe into 30 still, I think it was about, was it 2 to 4 hours of the race, they had to run with the hood of the car erected, because it was a touring car.
Oh, Le Mans, yeah. And you weren't allowed to put any fluids in for a certain amount of time.
And that's
this was about proving the car.
Exactly, and that was the whole point of this endurance racing, wasn't it? Which is why we had 24-hour racing, because it still goes back to, sort of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And in that nice little message that David Pittard left me yesterday from the paddock about the car, one of the things he said about this new GT4 Aston, which is interesting, and it just kind of reinforces what you've just said, is that what they've done with this new car is it had a very small window for a professional driver to get the time out of it. It was a very, very tight little window, yeah? In this new version, and I'm sure every other manufacturer is doing exactly the same, they've opened that out so that it's easier and more consistent to drive. Forget reliability now, that's not a problem anymore, for the amateur drivers.
It's a very good point.
And he said that's the feedback they're getting at Aston Martin AMR Racing, that the amateurs are now finding it even easier to drive it at a good pace than they would have done a twitchy car a year ago, its predecessor. And that's for everything, and that's what they're doing. You might have the Nicky teams and the likes of Pittard and whatever, acing it up at the front, but it's no good if you can't sell another 100 or 100 more of them in the background to amateur drivers and support them as well. That's the point.
You mentioned a word there, Peter, that is key for this. Consistency. Consistency is the thing. There's no point in your non-pro driver, late starting professionals, as Stefan Wendt said from AMG, which I rather like that nomenclature. There's no point in them being, let's say, on a quote-unquote normal track, being a second off the driver, the top driver, the pro driver, 1 lap, and then 2 seconds off the next, then a second, and then 4 seconds, and then a half spin, and losing 20 seconds, and. It's about consistency and feeling confidence with the car. Now, when I spoke to Adam Carter, who's the head of development for Aston Martin Racing in the endurance and works very closely with the Formula 1 team as well. He's based at Silverstone with the Formula 1 team, and he said exactly the same, that their new evolution for the new Vantage was all down to making it more consistent and giving it a larger window. I was absolutely stunned, because the Aston was never thought of as one of the harder cars to drive. I think it was always considered that the AMG was probably the car that it was least difficult to get a lap time out of if you were a non-pro driver. However, I was fortunate enough to do some testing laps at Monte Blanco in the previous version of the GT3, previous iteration of the GT3, and I found it an intensely satisfying experience, and even on worn tyres got down to a decent time. Johnny Adams had set the benchmark time. I got down to under a second away from Johnny's time relatively quickly, and I would like to think that that's because that I'm the biggest loss to motor racing ever, but it wasn't. It was just the sheer confidence inspiring nature of the car that allowed me to use the ABS right up to the apex. In fact, if you're not, you're losing time, because that's how you rotate the car. To work with the traction control to find a setting that I liked, that I could get enough drift coming out the corner without me spearing off into the undergrowth. And for them to still be working on that sort of thing, with all the manufacturers are doing that now, I think is extraordinary. And what it says to me now, that the reliability comes as a given. you are expected to have a GT3 car that will drive flat out or near to flat out for 24 hours. After that, it's about, we want it to work in as many different conditions and at many different types of track as possible. So we're opening out the performance window, and we're making it easy, just easier for people to get in and out, more comfortable for guys who aren't whippet-thin racing drivers and, you know, who, like me, weigh 100 kilos and have got to get yourself in through the door bars. And it's not as easy as it looks. It really isn't as easy as it looks. I think it's great. I think it's absolutely great. And I think what we're seeing with GT3, it has morphed into, and I have mixed feelings about it being at Le Mans, if I'm brutally honest. I always have had. But you cannot deny it has absolutely dominated. GT3, GT4 has dominated global endurance racing, sports car racing, in a way that we've never had before in terms of a global formula. We've always talked about Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula 4, and people kind of have an idea of how that is in the ladder of competition in single-seaters. We haven't had that in sports car racing. And some of the, you know, Group 5, Group 4, Group A, Group S, Group whatever, GTE, GT Le Mans, different names for things. Now with GT3, these cars can be raced all over the world, and that's what's bringing new people and new blood into the sport. And it means we're going to have 120 odd. Probably we'll have, I think we'll have 130 cars for the 24 hours, and that'll be the first time in a long time we've had that many. More power to that elbow, I see. Right, we've had the next set as pit stops. Pit stop 2 is completed. Here's how they stand with an hour and a half to go. Frank Stippler leads for Audi and Scherer Sport in the 16. He is at the moment 3 seconds, call it, ahead of the 44 in second, which is the Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Then it's Ayhan Guven in Grello, the 911, another 3 seconds, 4 seconds further back. Dennis Marshall for Scherer Sports, number 15, is 10.5 further back in fourth. Top 6 made up by Julian Anlau, back in the Falcon Motorsports 33. He's only 4 seconds behind Dennis Marshall, and he is ahead of Nico Varon by half a minute, just over, who makes up the top 6. And they're separated by just under a minute, 54 seconds. And we've still got one more pit stop to go.
I think just one thing you mentioned there, John, going back to the bit you talked about these GT cars for owner drivers, amateur drivers. It's making the car work at so many different tracks. I think that is a science in itself. I think that's extraordinary to make a car that can do that. Nürburgring compared to somewhere like Monza or wherever we go, and Le Mans different again. I think that's just extraordinary that these manufacturers can make a car that is drivable by a relative amateur. I never quite like. I always prefer the term gentleman to amateur. Amateur just always sounds a bit negative, and I think it's a very unfair terminology. Actually, it's just they're just not professionals. If you know what I mean, they're not actually making a living out of doing it.
Still great drivers. Yeah.
Exactly my point. Exactly. Yes.
I think one of the interesting things about making the cars easier to get comfortable with, or making the cars in a situation whereby the drivers can get comfortable with them quicker in fewer laps. Quite a lot of the non-pro drivers have very high pressure, high powered jobs, or are running their own companies, and that's where they've got the money from to go and do this. Let's make no bones about it. They can't just be taking arbitrarily 2 days off every other week to go and do testing. So they have to come to a race meeting that they're already committed to, get in the car and be able to do an hour or half an hour and get comfortable with the car at the track straight away. The other thing about opening up the performance envelope, Peter, the window, is that throughout different championships in the world, these cars are running on 3 or 4 or 5 different manufacturers of tyres. And that adds something different into it. And you cannot now build a GT3 car that only works with one tyre. And some of the drivers that I've spoken to who drive the same car in several different championships. So, you know, here you could be on anything because it's an open tyre formula. In IMSA, it's going to be in GT3, GTD, it's going to be Michelin. In SRO, it's going to be Pirelli. In Creventic, it's going to be Hankook. The cars running DTM. The cars running sprint series. The cars running long races, medium races. They're running in pretty much everywhere there's a racetrack in the world. Every continent on which there is a racetrack, they run. That'll be hot, that'll be cold, it'll be wet, it'll be dry. It's an extraordinary thing to have a race car that are so sophisticated nowadays. These aren't just road cars. To have them do the pace that they're doing. 8:14 is, you know, what did we say? 8:08. So, you know, 8 seconds off the lap record here on this circuit. But let's take off the Grand Prix circuit. You're still spending, let me see, a minute. So that basically is you spending just around about 6 and a bit minutes on the Nordschleife in a GT3 car that's based on a straight car. Just let that sink in for a second. That's extraordinary, isn't it?
It is. There's yet another permutation, John, which is, of course, that car's got to be driven by a number of different drivers.
Good point.
So we're going to have different styles. You know, you and I can go and share a car tomorrow. We wish, and it doesn't matter what the times are. That's almost academic. We're going to have different styles and approaches to how we get that time out of the car. And your 4 drivers in a car are going to do different things. You know, Pittard and team in an Aston are going to do something different to Andlauer and Bachler in a Porsche. They're all going to do something slightly different, and the car's got to be not one size fits all. But it's almost you know, magical how they do it. And I always try and explain to people this is why this is so much more interesting form of racing than just single make necessarily.
Notes here from the racing bar steward. Why are Falcon running with just 2 drivers? Surely it's a risk if one of them can't drive. They're only running with the 2 drivers here for the short race, the 4 hours. They will run with more drivers when they get to the 24 hours. This is all about getting time for the drivers under the wheels of the car. Time penalty, by the way, coming in for ignoring flag signals. It's the number 945, which is a Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport. I love this quote, by the way, from Salman Owega, who was in that number 6 Mercedes that the leader was catching up to. That was breathtaking. That was his first stint in a GT3 car, he says. It's an honour to ride here. I'm looking forward to the next time. The weekend is just about collecting data and further developing the tyre, he said. And this from the... And this is another good one as well. It's from Michael Meyer in the 885 BMW M2 Racing Cup. There's a lot going on the track. The cleanup took some time after the accident. Conditions fantastic, driving's a lot of fun. Mutual consideration is very good and respectful. It's very, very positive. And in small cars like ours, you obviously look behind you a lot, but it's still great fun. The 24 hours at the ring are great for me. I've done Dubai 24 and Q8 12, but it's not like the green hell. He's right there. He is right there. Marvellous stuff. Sun beginning to sink down below the mountains to the west, and we've still got just on an hour and 20 minutes to go. Glickenhaus still lead SPX. Cup 2, Black Falcon number 148 are back at the front of that fantastically close battle. And it's Black Falcon number 148 from Avia 120. Those two have just pitted, starting the next set of pit stops. Kay Kramer in third with the 121. The best of the Mullners, Maury Krantz, in the 120. He's just pitting as no, he's gone through. So That's now the battle again for first and second between Di Martino and Krantz and Kay Kramer, but they haven't made the pit stop. Fifth is the second of the Müllner cars. That will go through it now into third and has done. So there's a split going on with those guys. So 148, 120 and 103, Black Falcon Aviator and Black Falcon are all in the pits. Then Kay Kramer's second car, the 112, is still out, about to come round and finish a lap. And then it's the Vasquez Garcia driven number 123 Müllner Motorsport. These are all Porsche Cup car. And then the brilliant number 119 Klick Versicherung team are still out there. It looks to me, who else has just come in there? No, Black Falcon's gone through. That's going to be a great battle, an absolutely brilliant battle all the way to the end. Both of the races last weekend went down to the last lap. There was an incident on the last corner of the last lap on Saturday, which the stewards got involved with. Hello, Dave Alcock. The conversation about evolution of GT3 racing is fascinating. I remember, he says, when GT3s were closely related to the production cars. The latest cars seem nearer to the GT1, GTE era. You're absolutely spot on there. I know everything in Porsche is called GT3, but the latest version of the 992 GT3, the GT3R, has got the nearly 4.2 engine, 4.18, whatever it is, which is the engine that came out of the LMGT car. The GTE car, as ACO called them, or as they ran in IMSA, the GT Le Mans cars. So yes, and if you look at the interior of the GT3 cars, they've got the steering wheel with the multiple sets of paddles. I think there's 4 different sets of paddles actually behind the steering wheel. So there's up and down for your gears, of course. There's your brake bias and a variety of other things which they don't like talking about. I think there are 2 thumb wheels and 3 turning wheels. Oh, side-by-side contact right in front of the leaders, going through Arenberg through a slightly slow zone from Schwalbenschwanz. Code 60 now in the entry to Schwalbenschwanz. And 2 of the slow cars actually making contact in front of the leaders as they go through the foxhole. And the Falcon number 44 in second place is now back with the leader. That 3 seconds we were talking about earlier on, Peter, has completely gone. And Sven Müller has got Frank Stippler in his sights here. He's worked the traffic really well. And what was 5, then 4, then 3 is now 2 cars lengths.
Yeah, and that Schwalbenschwanz incident, John, is for the 502 entry, which was stopped but now moving again very slowly, and that's the GT Tyre BMW 330i. It is on the move again, but not as much on the move, you say, as Müller is in the Falcon car.
You get a feeling that this one, that we've not written the headline yet, because there's slightly different offsets on the pit strategy. There's slightly different car manufacturers. Now, still got the track vehicles doing barrier repair to drivers left at the siphon, being covered by one of the Cupra Formentor safety cars. Formentor, the first solely Cupra branded vehicles, and the current transport of Mrs. Damon. Rachel has just taken delivery of a Formentor and is thoroughly enjoying its sporty crossover nature. Meantime, Frank Stippler leads the race and for once has a little bit of clear track ahead of him as the road curves away, climbing up out of Bergwerk, and then those 3 left-handers, the last one tightening slightly on you as you head up the hill, but they're all flat. Even in a street car, they're flat. Do not hit the curbs as you are climbing through those areas. It completely unsettles the car. Now at the base of the... She's gone through mid-curve and coming to the base of the run up to the Caracciola carousel, close to Tal. Him at the end of the advertising hoarding. I would normally have said aim at the portable lavatory, but that actually sometimes moves.
I'm not really sure what to say to that one.
That's your line as you go into there. You just straight line across, don't you, and then drop into there. I look like in a Custom 109 Power. Or was it a Eurocopter? Just taking off.
And the other battle for fourth place at the moment is Julian Andlau in the 33 Falcon Porsche, chasing the Shearer Sport Audi of Dennis Marchal in number 15 car. And again, it's another one all over the back of it. And these Falcon Porsches, they're like a rash, aren't they, over these cars? Unfortunately, they get close and they just seem to be able to stick with them. And just watching it again through traffic, John, just absolutely extraordinary. And this is for fourth place, not even for the lead. Not that it's any less important.
It's for fourth place now.
Correct. Exactly so.
I've been keeping an eye on one of my 50 bazillion screens here on the stint lengths, and nobody's done anything bonkers. We haven't. We've seen the odd 8-lap stint. Rover Racing in the number 98 have done an 8-lap stint. So it is possible. The Falcon Motorsports number 33, Klaus Bachler, last time he was in the car, before he handed over to Julian Andlau 4 laps ago, he did an 8-lap stint as well. We've had the Falcon 44 doing an 8-lap stint as well. Now, undoubtedly helped by those Code 60s. So this is interesting. Herbert Motorsport have done an 8-lap stint. But not everybody, when that Code 60 out, was doing 8 laps. Their Kerber Gimasiak only did a 7 in the Falkenhorst Aston Martin. And so this is all still to play out at the end of the race, and who is where when it comes into the last hour of the race. Now, in terms of where people are in their stints at the moment, the leader, Team me, he's a battle for the lead, coming up to the end of the lap, and Sven Müller weaving left and right into Tiergarten. Aim at the red part of the barrier on the left-hand side, starting to get dark now. The headlights actually playing their part, and you can see them on the road surface. Down towards the first corner, which is the right-hander, then directly straighten the car up, because we're on the 24-hour version of the circuit, not the one we raced last weekend. So it's much less tight first corner. Muller swings out wide on the Grand Prix circuit, trying to take the attention of Frank Stippler. These guys are about halfway through their stint. Stippler's just completed his 6th lap. Muller only his 4th. So this is the point I'm making here, Peter, in a very roundabout way, because we've got action that I want to describe. But if Sven Müller can do another 8-lap stint, then he's going to go 3 laps further than Stippy is. So Stippy is going to be in. And now, Stippy will be in the window to go to the end, but quite clearly, the Falcon car will need less fuel to go to the end, and this could all yet play out for Falcon. And given that their 33 car is running very similar strategy, again, those cars are going to be doing a shorter last stint.
Well, that's all playing out at the very, very front, and I just mentioned there about Julian Andlauer, who did manage to jump Dennis Marchal there, just coming down the Dottinger Hoa, but that was a struggle to do it, and the gap he went through and then tucked in. He actually used one of the GT3 Cup car, one of the Cup 2 cars, the 124 Müller Motorsport car, and used that down the Dottinger-Hoa to get a bit of a side draft, up through Tiergarten onto the pit straight, and then couldn't get past the Müller Motorsport car. We've said this many a time before, that those Cup 2 cars are as quick, if not slightly quicker, than a GT3 car on a straight line, just not overall over the lap. But Julian Andlau is now up into 4th overall, so Falcon Porsche's 2nd and 4th. Stifler leading, he said, in the Audi, with Gouin at the wheel of the Grello in 3rd, the Manthey car, 911.
Battle for the lead on the Hatson back. Blue and white. Share a Sport. PHX Phoenix. Stifler cutting his way through traffic and past another Porsche Cayman. He has got headlights in his mirror. Meantime, the number 4 Mercedes still sitting just outside the top 10, 14th at the moment for Arjun Maini, the Indian driver, in the Bilstein number 4, with a great battle right in front of him. He's got the Rover Racing BMW number 99. In front of that car is that one in front of the 99. That'll be Lucas R in the Mercedes Team Get Speed number 8, the green version of the Get Speed livery. And I've lost my mouse, which is disastrous because it's what I used to scroll through my entry list. No, it's all right. It's come back. Phew. So that's a great battle between 3 cars at the bottom end of the top 10, as we mentioned, or just outside the top 10. It's fantastic stuff that's going on. Jules Gouin is about 30 seconds ahead of the battle as that 3 head out onto the Hatzenbach. Cameras, by the way, if you're watching our live World Feed TV stream, making it look much, much lighter than it is. And Sheldon van der Linde, maybe a chance here with a bit of traffic. Can he make that manoeuvre to get past Lucas Auer? He's right there in the Rover BMW. Black and green Mercedes, it's Lucas Auer coming to the end of the Hatzenbach, the yellow, black and white Rover BMW. Sheldon van der Linde, and then behind them the number 4 blue and yellow Bilstein coloured Team Bilstein AMG. That's Arjun Maini. And we keep jumping back to the lead as the Dacia gets put another lap down the inside to the bottom of the hill at the Arbor. Oh my goodness me, that is very, very tight at Breitscheid as they were going across the bridge. And I thought for a moment that Sven Müller was going to stick the nose in. We've still got an hour and 8 minutes, an hour and 7 minutes to go. I don't think it's do or die right now, Peter, but he certainly had a good think of it there as they were dropping down towards the bridge at Breitscheid.
But look at the psychology. What's he doing there? He's flashing the lights, and it's not to the GT3, GT4 Super in front. That was to the Audi as well. Just trying to distract. That little bit of psychology just put him off.
I mean, it doesn't take much at these speeds. Yes, of course, they're all very experienced drivers, and you would say, surely that's not going to work. But all you've got to do is look up at the wrong point and miss your turn-in or miss your apex by 6 inches.
Yeah, ask George Russell.
That's all you're looking for. Yeah, well, yeah, George has got a problem with concentration towards the end of a race. He's starting to make that a bit of a thing, isn't he? Let's be honest. Down in the pit lane at the Baumann pit. And that is Horst Baumann, I think. Yes, it is. From the number 950 Schmickler Performance, powered by Ravenel. And that's another one of the Porsches, of which there seem to be legion. Marshals have now been told to switch from the flags to the panels. And another Hyundai with problems, the 466 i30N. And that's another left front tyre that has problems. And that car running in VT2 for Mika Stanley, Jean-Christophe David and Joseph Warhurst, or probably Warhurst, actually, because he comes from Barnsley. So Joe Warhurst, and that car limping back at the moment. Sure where that is on the track, but we'll keep an eye on it. Dropping into the pit lane, that again, the 466. I'll scroll down to find out where that is. It has made the pits, in fact, and it's still 5th in class, but I reckon that's just dropped a couple of places there. Lost a place to the Team Mertens Hyundai at the 492, which had its own tyre problem earlier on, and it would also have lost a place possibly to the Hoffer, to the Kevin Sports and Racing car, another Hyundai. Bad luck for them so close to the end. It's only an hour or so to make that back up. Coming down to the last hour, Peter, one more pit stop, and by no means is this an easy cruise to the finish for any of these cars at the front end of the field. Everybody else is just looking to survive. Computer says 7 laps to go. That obviously is going to depend where the leader crosses the line at any given time. And it's when it gets dark at the Nürburgring, it doesn't mess about, does it, Peter?
It doesn't, unlike other circuits where it's illuminated well. It most certainly isn't here. None of it, not even in the pit straights. I mean, Le Mans pretty illuminated quite a lot of the way round. Spa, less so, but this place just not at all. And you can imagine the electricity bill trying to illuminate the Nordschleife for a start. It's just a cost thing, isn't it? But again, this is something else that, it's another permutation, another layer that you add in that was suddenly driving in the dark. But you mentioned earlier about the GT cars and development and how much they've improved technologically, reliably, etc. Compared to the wet candles we used to race on, they've got proper lights now that stay working. You quite often used to see in the days when I was doing this, you'd see what we call a cyclops, a car with one headlight out, and obviously any tail light out, you weren't allowed to complete the race. You were taken out for quite rightly, for safety reasons. You were removed by the race directors immediately, and rightly so. I can remember doing, this is going to sound ridiculous, John, a Group C race at Spa at night. Yeah. Now, if that doesn't get your heart...
200 mile an hour?
Yeah, and the rest, yeah. If that doesn't get your heart rate up, I don't know what does. Yeah. And in the days when, John, if you could imagine this, the pit exit was at the bottom of Eau Rouge. Yeah. So that didn't come in until about 03. You blended straight in. So you'd come down hugging the pit wall, and all of a sudden there was a 962 coming out of the pits, and you're committed. Yeah. And it was still gravel on the other side as well. To quote a line from the Italian job, are they quartz iodine?
Yes. You had filament bulbs.
Yes.
I'm just incredible to think.
And 13 amp fuses.
Well, exactly. I say that my old 968 Porsche still has filament bulbs in it, and on full beam with the driving lights and the fog lights on, it's pretty good for an old car. And I don't have uprated bulbs in them. I have the normal bulbs in, but it's pretty good. But it's not 200 mile an hour good. It's fine at 60 miles an hour, 55, 60 miles an hour down the back roads, where 60 mile an hour is the speed limit. As the Dacia comes in for what should be, I reckon, its last stop. It's just having a look. I don't even think they're going to bother changing the tyres. They have the it's Oliver Kreis behind the wheel. Their high-tech driver
I was just watching that
drinks bottle is to have him unfasten his helmet, squeeze it up a little bit, move his balaclava, and take a drink from an already used plastic bottle of Gerolsteiner, which at least is local water. The fuel fill is through the boot into a fuel tank that looks about half the size of the car. How many pit stops have they actually made? Hindhaugh sort of asks to himself. Let me scroll. They're easy to find. That is only their second pit stop. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. Stand by. Where are they? Dacia Logan. That is their 5th pit stop. Apologies. They are in 117th place. And I believe they are, yes, they are the only car in SP3T because of their engine size. It's dark. It is now properly dark, and we have 1 hour remaining. 1 hour remaining. So, end of the lap that all of the cars are on at the front of the field now. Bear in mind that the leaders are just onto the Nordschleife. The car that's the furthest way around the Nordschleife is in 17th position. It's the Team Advan Mercedes GT3. So that car probably can't pit. It would be dangerous for it to pit now. And in fact, it doesn't. It goes through. But at the end of that car's next lap, this is the number 6 I'm talking about, that car could go to the end. So I reckon all now of the top 20, as they come across the line now, they would have the opportunity to come in and do their last pit stop. Now, whether they do or not, I've got another penalty, and it's a big one, and it's for the AMG GT, the Miney Bird Awega Beretta car, causing an avoidable accident, 2 minutes 30 seconds, and that's for another Hyundai with a problem at Hohe Acht for the number 499 I-30N. So 2 minutes 30 for the number 3 AMG GT3. And here's an update on what happened to the Aston Martin of Cuba. Nicky Team saying Cuba's made contact with the track barrier and the front was damaged. However, for us, the race is a test. That's why it makes no sense to continue. We'll repair it now and do a few laps again later. Okay, that's why that number 34 car dropped down the field. Still in the pits now in 35th position, 25th in SP9. So that's you up to date with 57, call it 58 minutes still to run till time elapses. Not a bad day for the Glickenhaus, qualified 4th, Combe Ledogar in the SCG 004C right now, sitting in 18th position. 1 lap pace, Peter, obviously there, and they have had pole position in the shootout before, and so we've known that, and this is a welcome return to motor racing for Jim Campbell and Glickenhaus.
Yeah, I just would have. Its pace is enough to be it come to be inside the top 10, isn't it? And it's just a shame that it's just not been able to do that yet. The Ferrari's still up there, isn't it? Bear with me, my screen's just wanted to refresh itself.
Ferrari's in 6th again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry. So that's just disappeared for a minute there. So that's the. I just thought the Glickenhaus would do a little bit more. That's a shame to see it. You know, only just inside the top 20. It's got
when
more.
Did it last race though? That's what you've got to ask yourself.
It's a good point, John. Yeah, it's a good point.
I think it probably, you know, Glickenhaus.
Would it be Le Mans last year?
No, different car.
Yeah.
That's a different car.
Yes.
This is the GT3 alone.
Of course, yes, sorry.
I probably think it was, you know, at the Nürburgring last year. Did they do anything after the N24? Without looking at the results, I don't know, but somebody out there will know. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSL_N24. Glickenhaus themselves haven't raced since partway through last season, 3/4 of the way through last season. They didn't finish the WE. In fact, they've never done a full WEC series season. So they've been off racing off-road and using the Glickenhaus boot to race in Baja. They're developing an electric version of that car. They've been homologating and building their street cars. So there's been plenty of work going on at Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus, but they haven't been in the white-hot fire of competition. And, you know, they've integrated some new people. Com Ledegaard driving that car, racing that car for the first time this weekend. So if they get the 706 to the end, they're still on the lead lap. They are half a lap down on the lead at the moment. And given their one lap pace, I think they'll be kind of okay with that. In the air, 19 degrees, 19 Celsius in the air. Quite windy, actually, as... Now, here we go. That's the leader in the pits. Stippler into the pits with 54.5 minutes to go. So this is the start of the pit stop. So what does everybody else do? Do they follow him or not? That was an 8-lap stint from Stippler. Müller can go 2 laps more. He's just finished his 6th lap. So he can go 2 laps closer to the end. That's nearly 50 kilometres closer to the end of the race. Let's not forget, as can Andlauer will come in at the end of this lap. That's the Falcon number 33. Varone will have one more at the end of this one. Who else has only done 6? The Abt Lamborghini. So he'll finish this one and do 2 more. That's interesting. Actually, that's the same with the Fricadelli as well. So Varone goes across the line now to complete his 7th. So he'll come in at the end of the next one as well. So we're starting to see, in athletic terms, Peter, the stagger is starting to unwind, but we won't really see it all until everyone's done their last pit stop.
Absolutely, and that's going to be critical to that. What have we got? 53 minutes to go. John, I'll just have a very quick look back through the records, and it was, I've just found an article by Jim Glickenhaus. Glickenhaus didn't do the 24-hour last year. For the first time in 9 years, they missed out. They said it wasn't logistically sensible. They did it in 21 and 22, but they dropped out last year. It wasn't logistically sensible to do the GT car and the WEC program, so they concentrated on WEC. So they didn't do it. So when it last ran, I'm not really sure. So it would have been 22, probably here in either a VLN race or in 22. All right, Mulder into the pit lane, and there's a problem with the front of that car being the number 122. This is one of the cars that's been riding high in Cup 2 all day. Came in from, I think, 3rd position, possibly 4th. And on the GT3 front end, it has a slightly different... and the Cup cars are identical. They use the same carbon fibre reinforced plastic as the street cars for the luggage cover. What's happened, and we've seen this happen on these cars before, it's an aero device on the street cars as well, and there's 2 little nostrils right at the very front, and air is channeled up from the front splitter of the car and over the top of the bonnet. And what happened there was the front part of the bonnet had folded up. It hadn't unfastened because the catch is slightly further back, but it was the front edge. Now, they're filling the car at that area, but you don't have to lift that cover to fill it. So they're just using about 3 miles of gaffer tape on that. Nick Damon will be very impressed with that. Welcome back to the country, Nick. Back in the country yesterday after his little sojourn to where did he go to? He was out in Eastern Europe somewhere, not riding his motorcycle for once. He was up to get a run out today. The RSR Beetle just coming through the pits, or is that one of the Golfs? Hard to tell. I think that's one of the Golfs, Mark 7s actually. As that comes out of the pits, a very, very wide-bodied car, whichever one it is. No, you're right, John. It is the RSR. Just got a big rear wing.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
What I could see that I thought was the grille at the front was actually the light bar. It's a great-looking thing, that Beetle. And it needs, instead of the big wing, I think it just needs the little ducktail rear spoiler.
Agreed.
Right, down at Mulner. What happened with the car is basically the question. And it's going to be the bonnety thing at the front fell off. Meantime, the number 98 BMW M4 GT3, this is the Raffaele Marciello, Max Martin and Wittmann car, has stopped. There's been an accident with the number 514 BMW 330i. So that happened at Wipperman, and it was Max Martin driving the number 98. And another car involved, sorry, that was the, so it's the Sorg Rennsport BMW number 514, the 330i, and the 98 GT3 car. And that's certainly the 98 car now has stopped. I'm not sure about the other car, whether that's still running, the 514. Peter will be looking for it on the tracker now. But that is a major incident then for one of the well-fancied cars, the number 98, at the front of the field. The car was running in that big group of the SP9 GT3 cars at the front of the field, but has stopped. Meantime, let's get back to the action at the front of the field, where Frank Stippler is on a mission to pass as many cars as he can, because he's done his last pit stop, and he's the first car to be fueled to the end and tired to the end, and he's in behind the Bilstein car, and it's the same driver that was holding him up before, Salman Owega. He was in the other car, of course. So Stippler in the 16 car comes alongside the bright yellow and blue machine as they go into, where are they on the track? It's a heck of a pass, needed a bit of help. Right, they're over the far side of the track now, dropping down. That was through Callenhard as they were going through there, so that was very good pass halfway round the lap by Stippler, who is trying to hold on to this lead. Sven Müller is 2 sectors ahead of him, but yet to make a pit stop. But Sven does not have to stop this time around. He can, if he wants, go one more. They'll be doing the calculations on pit stop time to the end of the race now. 47 minutes remaining here, Peter, and this, the drivers always earn their money here, but this is the kind of situation where the strategists are working out how many seconds they've got to give.
And that's where you need the calmness of a strategist, isn't it? Talking to you on the radio, and the driver responding calmly as well. And that's where the word team really comes into play, doesn't it? I don't mean Nicky, I mean racing teams, as in working together and understanding how this works. I'm just looking at Raffaele Marciello. It's actually stopped that car as it got through Schwalbenschanz onto the Dottinger Hohe, but it's now been pulled to one side according to the GPS. Now, we've had a few glitches on that GPS today, John, so just don't take that as absolutely read, but it does look like it's put it this way, it says car number 98, which is that car, is in the woods, so that would suggest to me that it's been pulled off an escape road to the side of the track on the Dottinger Hohe, which there is one just there off the Schwalbenschanz.
That's Peter Snowden. I'm John Hindorf, Radio Show Limited, providing the official English language soundtrack to Ravenel ADAC 24 Hours of Nürburgring World Feeds TV, live and uninterrupted for this weekend, with another 4-hour race to come tomorrow. But remember, we will be on air in the morning for the top shootout, the top qualifying. And that always very, very spectacular with the cars. Let's hope for decent weather. The weather forecasts have been a bit ambiguous about tomorrow. There is a saying in the UK, red sky at night, shepherd's delight. And it is a very red sky tonight. So let's hope that that does come through. It will be chilly in the morning, and getting your tyres up to temperature for a 2-lap dash. You don't have to do the 2 laps. If you think you've done enough after the first one, you can pull off. But if you come back around, you're not allowed to use the Grand Prix cutout and then go back out onto a fast lap. If you come into the pits, you are done.
And into the pits, P3.
Oh, right, okay. So that's the 33 that's in, and that is an 8-lap stint. So that suggests to me that Muller will come in at the end of his next lap. He's gone through onto his 8th lap now. So Muller in the 44, Peter, with a 23-second lead over the Turkish Porsche driver and Can Guven. Can to his teammates, 23 seconds behind. And then Andlauer, Dennis Marshall for Scherer Sport, and Nico Varrone for Fricadelli Ferrari, now in 5th position, by the way, but of course they're making their last stop. So now we've got to keep an eye on the start-finish line. Unfortunately, we do have an ISO camera there, so even if we're not looking, keep an eye on it, because we must see where Stippy is. Frank Stippler, 12th position, but will leap up as the cars ahead make their final pit stop. It's going to be fresh tyres for all those cars. The Fricadelli Ferrari getting fresh tyres. The 33 Julian Andlauer's car being spun around to around about a 45-degree angle on the dollies. That just lets them get out the pit lane of what is often a very crowded pit lane. Here comes Sven Müller onto the Hatzenbach. Oh, he's just going out onto it now, I think. Now, who's that just come in? That's Phil Ellis has just come into the pit lane, the 27 Abt Sportsline Lamborghini. They strangely haven't been right there, have they? Marco Mappelli's just brought that guy at the pits. Looks like he's staying in after a great run on Sunday to what was ultimately 2nd place, but that was a winning run, really. Let's be quite blunt about that. Waiting for Dennis Olsen to come through next for Herberth Motorsport, and he should be in at the end of this lap as well. Marvin Dienst for Dynamic GT Porsche have come in. So Stippy is the next guy across the line, I reckon. And who's moving? There's Bachler. Klaus Bachler is out of the pits. He's ahead of Stippler, I reckon. I think Bachler is out of the pits in front of Stippler. What I can't tell you, well, as I say that, the Falcon 33 is on the Grand Prix circuit. And let's see who trips the first of the timing loops first. He's had to deal with the KTM, which is in an unfamiliar colourway of green and white. Oh, it must be tight. There's Bachler, there's Stippler. I can't see Stippler ahead of Bachler. I think we've just had a lead change at that last pit stop, Peter. And Muller has yet to make his last pit. So that's effectively the lead there.
I think you could be right, John. I'm just trying to look on the GPS as to where they are relatively. And
by the way, driving that KTM, Fabian Vettel, younger brother of Sebastian Vettel. He's done quite a bit of racing in his time and has raced here in the past, but not for KTM, I don't remember. He was in that 55. It's too close to call, Peter, isn't it? If we can't see them.
It's exactly. I think one thing's in the dark there. I was just watching the. We were talking about technology and advancements and things we've had now. The Lumirank system that's up in the corner of the windscreen that rotates between position, number, and driver, and etc. It's you're looking at the 16 Audis it was when it was in the leading or class leading car. It'll flash blue behind cars approaching, like a blue flag. which is obviously to warn you that a blue flag is a faster car is approaching, and you're not allowed to ignore it any more than 3 marshals posts. But again, it's just one of those little aids for safety that, you know, as you're driving in, let's say the Dacia Logan at the back, which is obviously a different pace car to a GT3 car. If you see that car coming behind and it's got a blue light effectively flashing in the windscreen, you're not about to be arrested or breath tested. It just means it's a far quicker car, and you'd be advised to stick to your racing line and let them get round you, which is one of the things that you always want as a driver in those quick cars. It's you actually want the car in front to stay where they are. It is always the faster drivers and cars' responsibility to get around the slower car. The worst thing they can do is change speed and direction, and that causes all sorts of problems. Stay where you are.
They are absolutely together, and Chris Haase is with them. It's Bachler for Falken, Stippler and Haase for Sport Phoenix. And they are in 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment, with all the cars in front of them yet to make their last pit stop. Now, there's some big gaps between them, and particularly the 44 Falken, the Sven Müller car. So this is not over. This is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination, as we've got a beautiful sunset over on the mountains and hillsides to the west of the Nürburgring. And this one has yet to play out. Bachler, Stippler and Haase cannot afford to hold each other up. Bachler would be very happy to hold them up, because he could help his teammate Sven Müller win this race.
Just 38 minutes to go. As you say, John, though, just absolutely not over yet, and we saw it, didn't we, only last week, that Van Tour win by, was it the closest finish in NLS history? 0.42 of a second, was it?
0.041.
41. Okay, my apologies. Yeah, exactly.
No,
yes.
0.041.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, yes.
41 hundredths of a second. Whilst we're waiting for these guys to come round and Müller to pit at the end of this lap, Müller, Guven, I think Olsen will pit as well, the top 3. Lucas R should pit as well, as we've got the number 7 in the pit lane at the moment, which is the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan in the famous Conrad colours. It's the Sophie Vermeulen and Paul driven car, and that looks like it's ready to go. That's a very early version of the Huracan. Johnny and I were looking at the homologations and working out how that car, the original car, fell out of homologation in the back end of last year, and that is definitely not an Evo 2. So interesting. So ready to go there. Code 60 on the Donninger Hoa. This is very interesting. Now, who does this help? Well, it'll depend how quickly it is taken away. Müller is in that area now, coming to the pit lane. If it goes whilst he is in the pit lane and the chasing cars come through, Bachler is the first of the cars that have stopped. It's that car, the 33 Klaus Bachler driven machine for Falken Porsche, is through the carousel, the Caracciola carousel. So a good halfway around at the moment. Dennis Marshall, when he handed over to Chris Haase, said, a pleasant drive into the night. I was a bit unlucky with traffic in the first few laps, but the Porsche in particular looks very fast. We still need to improve our car a bit. So I'm not giving too much away there.
Driver's never happy, eh?
No, never, mate. It could be 20 seconds ahead.
Yeah, and they won't be 21 seconds ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, still haven't had fastest lap yet. Can I go for fastest? Right, stand by. Waiting. And here is the leader in the pits. The leader is in the pits now. So how quickly will they turn this number 44 car around? The 33 coming back towards us now. And that is the leader of the cars that have stopped. So who's got in? That Sven Müller got out.
Is it Raginger that's got in?
Can't see the helmet. If it's a red and white helmet, I think that's Raginger.
Because that would be the Austrian colours, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Austrian colours, yes, correct. Extraordinary. This is going to be tight. Sven Müller out. I think that is Raginger getting in. I think those are the only two. Oh no, Heinemann's driven that car as well. So is that Heinemann's helmet? I don't think there was any need for all 4 drivers to drive it. I can't remember seeing Nico for that. Here we go, here we go. The 33 Falcon is stuck in the code 60. There's a lot of traffic and a lot of carnage up there. There's a Porsche off to driver's right. So this is going to even itself out. Heinemann it was Heinemann's helmet, and he's out and he's retained the lead. The 44 car then for Falcon, by dint of going 2 laps further than Frank Stippler, has got the lead, and I think by dint of going 1 lap further, the Klaus Bachler 33 car is going to have seconds. Yes, he is. They're not even up to the Touristfahren entrance and the Bilstein Bridge. This is huge. This is going to be a huge lead for Tim Heinemann. This is over a minute, and this all comes down to them getting that longer run, Peter, and going 2 laps further into the race.
Well, it's played out a bit. It's rolling the dice early on, isn't it? So as you said, John, quite a few teams elect to go for a shorter first run. And just see how that pans out. It's a gamble going for that longer run to start with, and it can work against you, but it hasn't in this case. As you say, we're going to have 53 seconds at the moment.
So 8 laps for Müller, 8 laps for Heinemann, 8 laps for Müller. Stand by. Where did they win? That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. 27 laps predicted, so with 33 minutes to go. I think 3/7 is 20, 3/8 is 24. I think there might be one more than that. So the better have got their fuel calculations right. This is what happened last weekend. The car that was leading, coming to the line, had to slow down because they did not have fuel to do the extra lap. And so they had to let time elapse, and in doing so, the Porsche in second place, Florence Vantor on board, who did have enough fuel for the extra lap, made up 20 seconds over the space of a couple of laps. Talked to him on Tuesday, and he didn't know that he'd won it until the team went wild in his ear as they crossed the line. They were telling him to push, and he was thinking, why am I going to push? I'm never going to catch him. And then they started giving me the gap, and it was coming down, and even going on the last lap, he wasn't sure, and he asked the team, do you want me to push? Do you want me to push? And they went, yeah, he can't do it, and we don't think he can do it in the lap. You've got to push, you've got to push, you've got to push. So he did, and fortune favoured the brave. Could have thrown it off, you know, could have happened.
And that's always a problem, isn't it? The risk-reward ratio of, you know, we forget that these drivers are driving pretty hard at the best of times around here. You know, we talk about strategy in this, and we just casually say, oh, the team say push. Well, you're already driving it takes a lot to... I saw that, yes. But, you know, you're told to push, you're thinking, why should I? Why am I going to risk it at this point when they're so far ahead? But it's the intel you've just said there, John, when the team tell them what the gap is, and then say, we don't think it's got enough fuel. That's a sniff to a driver of, oh, right, I need to push then.
So the exclamation there was for Frank Stippler, who was battling with Klaus Bachler for 3rd place, which is a genuine 3rd place now. So, by the way, not only did Tim Heinemann get out without losing the place, but Aycan Guven got out without losing 2nd for Grello. Some time ago, I seem to remember we said, never count out the Manthey. And that car's right in the mix there. Stippler had to, I think he may have locked up, actually, because he was so close to the back of the car, he picked one way and the car moved. As Backler went one way, the car moved and blocked Stippler, and if he didn't lock up, he must have been very close, and if he didn't hit the back of the car in front of him, in fact, I know he didn't hit the back of the car in front of him because he's still got all his headlights, and if he'd hit him at all, that would have gone. But now, it is the Porsche that is held up in ADAC first, and a much better exit from Stippler as they gently climb up the hill, the two left-handers. Coming up, you don't have to worry about the apex for the first one so much. The second one's way more important. Let the hill slow you down a little bit. Get on the brakes over the top of the brow, heading down towards Callenhard. That long right-hander, heavy braking downhill. Get the car tucked in. Now let the car run short shift, set the car up and get it settled for Wippermann. Now there's been code 60 down here for such a long part of the race. Right, and right. The big right. Yes, it's clear now. Where the BMW went over early on, now diving down to the bridge at ADAC at Breitscheid, lowest part of the circuit here. Across the bridge. Stippler's got it fully lit here. Doesn't use quite as much road as they head towards that critical uphill right-hander. Such a patience corner at Bergwerk as well. Late apex. Porsche didn't get anywhere near the apex, but it doesn't matter. It's about taking the pace up the hill. Three left-handers. The first two barely corners. You don't have to get to the apex, but the third one you've got to absolutely nail because it tightens and there's no runoff on the right-hand side. They're climbing up towards Mud Curve now. That is not over. And we've still got the sharp end of half an hour to go. Marvellous.
Yeah, and I just noticed that there was a few minutes ago, there was a number 33, the second of the two Falcon Porsches in third place with Klaus Black with the wheel. That was under investigation for the clock, of course, but that's just come up with, race director, that's just come up with no further action. So I don't know what was going on there. I just spotted that one. I kept quiet, it's there. There was a great one earlier for number 35, which of course is the Welkenhorst Aston. Which said, please come to the clock of the course with video described in email. I'd love to have read that email.
That was the accident.
Correct, exactly.
The accident, yeah.
And what I do like is then, it's a little bit later, it just said, no further action, but there was a lovely phrase for it, which I now can't see on the... That's right. It's done, stroke, no longer necessary.
Yeah, but they did get a 120-second penalty for avoidable contact. A big puff of smoke or dust being thrown up as the Glickenhaus heads out towards the Vidal chicane and out onto the North Loop, just diving down the hill on the Grand Prix track at the moment. Luca Ludwig has been installed in the Fricatelli Ferrari. He's got 23 seconds to make up on Chris Haase if he's going to get in the top 5 for the car that proudly wears the number 1 from its win here last year in the Ravenel ADAC 24 Hours at the Nürburgring. There's nothing in it at the moment. A minute between first and second, not even that, 50 seconds, let's call it. Then a bit of a gap between Heinemann, Guven and Bachler in that titanic struggle for the final place on the podium between Bachler and Stippler for Falcon and Scherer Sport. Then the second of the Scherer Sport car, Chris Haase back in that one and charging. They're all trading tenths at the moment. Oh, here we have an English interview. Let's have a listen.
Did not went so well. Just talk us a bit through what happened during the race.
Before the race I was a bit more fresh. Yeah? So let's say that drama in general. We all lost compared to the GT3s. I think we still have a little bit of work, but you know, on the Nordschleife you get there and there a little bit of car balance, brake efficiency into the traffic. We know that we need to bring this car until the end of the 24-hour race, so we keep on learning and bringing some data at home. At the moment, I can't say a lot more. It's just amazing to be here, to be with these incredible fans, and to drive around this track.
Just talk us a bit through how was it in the nighttime? I mean, on a fast car, approaching traffic, approaching the complete darkness in the forest. How is that?
The thing is, you really need to learn the track in traffic, because some places is a bit more narrow, some are a bit wider. But this you learn only when you're in traffic, because when you drive alone, you don't even see. So you need to know, like, here is a bit blind, but there I can pass, there I can't. Let's say that most of the time, slow cars, they show the blinkers, so it helps a lot. But you need also to make sure you take a decision. You have no hesitation. But yeah, it's cool. It's again, I need to build a play pace to the night, but overall it was really nice.
The track where you struggle most in the nighttime?
Let's say that we need to set up a little bit our lights. I had not so much night. I think for Thomas it's a bit more difficult now, and yeah, maybe I was a bit more careful, because it's more difficult to see other cars and their move.
Cool. Fantastic to have the Scuderia Cameron Pickenhausen back on the Nordschleife and together with you. Back to you guys.
In case you hadn't worked that out, that was Coleman Ledegaard from the Glickenhaus. Talking to Patrick Simon down in the pit lane. Just under 24 minutes to go here, and it's 53.5 seconds between Tim Heinemann and Ayachan Guven for the lead. Falken versus Michelin versus Falken in third place, with Klaus Bachler just under 3 seconds ahead of the first non-Porsche Audis in fourth and fifth position for Scherer Sport, both of them 16th and 15th. Stippler from Haase, they're separated by a dozen seconds, and then there's 25 seconds back to Luca Ludwig in the Fricatelli Ferrari. Number one car then makes up the top six. Very quickly, whilst this is playing out, let's quickly run through the class leaders. Glickenhaus lead SPX in 18th. Cup 2, K. Kramer Racing. It's back to the 121 again now. Just outside the top 20, by the way. Di Martino versus Müller from Maury Krantz in third for Müller Motorsport. So K. Kramer, Black Falcon, Team 48 and Müller Motorsport. Then Avia in fourth. Müller Motorsport in fifth and sixth. So 3 Müller cars in the top 6 in Cup 2. In Cup 3 rather, it's the Porsche of Avia W and S Motorsport. That's the 962. It's the GT4 Cayman. They're in 38th and 39th. Duo Motorsport with the 169 SP8T leader. Where did I say that was? 38th. So that is the GT, effectively the GT4 leader, is it not? Oh no, that's the Vantage, yeah, in GT4, correct. And where's the next bag? Jimmy Broadbent's finishing off the Team Bilstein by Black Falcon BMW run. They're in second place at the moment in that category, in the number 150. Next up in the class leaders in 42nd is the leading TCR, as it has been throughout the whole race. The Hyundai number 830. SP11 is the KTM, which Fabian Vettel has now given over to his teammate, and that's 43rd. Toyo tyres with Ring Racing, SP10. That number 170 leads in 45th position overall. SP4T is the Subaru, number 88, and 49th position. Max Cruiser Racing, I think, has led the AT class pretty much all the way through. It's been the 10 or the 333, hasn't it? 65th position. Their Plus Line Racing team in SP7 leads that class in 67th. In 70th, it's the first of the abundantly multiple Adrenaline Motorsport class leaders. The 650 leads the 240i class, 2 places behind in 72nd. The 500 leads the VT2 rear-wheel drive. Then another 4 places further back, their 396 leads V6, and the 444 leads V5. All 4 of those Adrenaline Motorsport team Manhattan wheels. SP6 is Hoffa Racing's 207 in 86th position in 88th. The VT2 front-wheel drive leader is Team Mertens Motorsport, which seems to have been there for pretty much all the race, the 491 car. The V4 is the 702, that's their leader. They've been there pretty much all the way through the race as well. That 702 car, I don't think has been headed, that 325i BMW. Hoffa Racing have their BMW 885 leading the BMW class, the small BMW class, which is the position 105. And the Dacia continues to run. Kreiser back in, starting the car, will finish the car. 115th position for the Soul SP3T car. However, you know, you can joke, you can have a laugh, you can point a finger, but they've finished in front of nearly 20 cars. Now, some of those haven't finished, some of them have had problems, but to finish first you have to finish, and they have. So, well done for them. So, meantime, at the front of the field, and Peter, where's your money, Peter?
It's a difficult one. There's still, we're just on 18 minutes to go, haven't we? It's I mean, it's a Porsche podium at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, but only just.
Only, exactly, I was going to say only just. Did you notice the times by the fastest laps for the second and third place cars are identical? 8:16.971.
Yeah.
Quite extraordinary. They've all done 3 pit stops. I think it's anyway. I'm not a betting man, you see, so I'll bet other people's money.
There's a couple of things. Somebody asked if we thought it was tyres that was making the difference. I don't think it is.
No, I agree.
I think this has been tactics, possibly a little bit of traffic.
Great strategies. Great strategies.
Yeah, and it just happened. It will all. I think when we break this down, it will all be down to where people hit traffic or yellows or code 60s on their in or out lap with this slightly offset pit strategy. The 2 laps that Fulton had at the end certainly seemed to work in their favour. They had track position, and they came out absolutely perfectly. I knew it was going to be a lead. I didn't think it was going to be that big a lead. They just about, I think they must have just about squeaked past the Dottinger incident. Either it was yellows before it went 60, and they might have already been past it, and that's what's given them that minute. And on such small things do, you know, races turn, quite frankly. Klaus Bachler, by the way, 17 seconds in arrears from second, so he's just on a minute away from the lead, but he's only got 3 seconds on Stippy. Frank Stippler, eons of experience, millions of laps and kilometres around here. He will be pushing that car very hard indeed. Right, we're into the area of code 60. Now, which one is that? Is that still...
That's the Dottinger Hoa, isn't it, still?
Right, it's the Dottinger Hoa, and the vehicles are moving away.
Yeah.
So the vehicles are moving away from that, so that's gone back to yellow rather than code 60, I think.
Correct, absolutely right. Yeah, just coming out of Schwalbenschwanz, yeah, onto the Dottinger Hoa, goes from 60 down to a yellow flag. So it's the vehicles returning, isn't it? Although there's still yellows going on ahead at, it goes green at Marshall Post 197.
Right.
Which is just before they start to approach up to Tiergarten.
Correct. That's because they've got people still moving on the track, I reckon, at that point, and they've had to do some. There was a car, I think it was a Porsche, that looked quite badly damaged there, and that car was being put onto a flatbed. Still yellows. Again, this is for course vehicles, but Stippler now waiting for the green. Where is the green? He's in the Tiergarten now. He's right up the tailpipes of third place, Klaus Bachler, and it's a clear run down the start-finish line. 15 minutes to go. Tim Heinemann has started what will be his penultimate lap. Here comes Stippy. Right underneath, goes to the right-hand side. That looks good. He'll have to brake really late. Might be able to use one of the Milner cars ahead of him as a pick. Can he get to the inside for the first left-hander onto the Grand Prix straight? I think he can, and I think that's a new third position. Stippler, I think, has gone through on Bachler. Has he? Or was that another Porsche?
That's another Porsche. That was a GT Cup car, I think. A Cup 2 car, my apologies. I don't think it was that close. It's still... No, it's still...
Yeah, you're right. He's still showing us 3 seconds back. My apologies. Axel Randolph, the team boss from Scherer Phoenix, says, I think you can see today that we couldn't keep up with the Porsches. We're at the front and drove a good race. The Porsches are better in terms of speed. That is probably for the BOP committee that he's saying that, I think. So apologies for getting overly excited about what I thought was third position. It was punched up on our main screen. Stippy is just the epitome of calm behind the steering wheel, and I often think, Peter, that all arms and elbows looks great behind the wheel, but you just for long you're just wasting energy, aren't you?
Exactly, and it's not very efficient usually, and we've often said we've seen it through the ages of different levels of racing. It's those that make it look easy that are doing the nice and the comment. Formula One. Look at the Alan Prosts. The professor. He got that name for a reason, because it didn't look like he was trying very hard, but boy was it successful and efficient. And I think Stippler's of that ilk.
Yeah, and Sterling Moss in particular, he deliberately tried to psych people out by looking like he wasn't trying. Even if he was completely sideways, he would be very relaxed behind the wheel. Guy Smith is another one who is very relaxed behind the wheel. Stippy having to deal with another of the Cup cars. We are showing green flags everywhere other than in Schwalbenschwanz, the Swallow's Tail. And so that's a long way around. The lead has gone up a couple of seconds, and that happened in Sector 2, where Aychan Guvin lost a couple of seconds to Tim Heinemann. And he's grabbed 10ths back, but nothing like that. Klaus Bachler's pushing on here. Took time out of the leader and the second place driver. Now, the Rover BMW involved in an incident earlier on, and now back in the pits. This was the number 98 car, you'll remember. And this is going to be in English as well, so let's have a listen.
The best scenario, but there is a slow car who's right in front of me, and I tried to brake, I chose the side, and he came back, so I just in the front. It's a shame, but we still have a race tomorrow, so we can still learn things and try to be as prepared as we can for the big one.
But things like that could happen. Nothing you can do. It's part of the game. Being part of the race, it could be like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's part of the Nordschleife, and we know you need to be a bit lucky sometimes, or not unlucky. And this time was an unlucky situation. But it happens. It's Nordschleife, and we come back stronger tomorrow.
Eat, we sleep, and repeat. Do not repeat the accident. But, the main part.
Exactly. We repeat, and we will be back.
But give the mechanics a hand to help to fix the car, and then we see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. That's like to see that. Thank you very much.
Max Martin with a little bit of bodywork damage on the right front of that number 98 Rover BMW, and Now purely a single yellow flag at Bergwerk. The rest of the track is clear. And 2 seconds taken, 2 seconds and more taken out the leader there by Ayachan Guven. It will be the last lap the next time around. Bakler is closing in on Guven. That's why Guven's having to hustle a little bit. It's down to 13 seconds. It was over 15. Stippler holding it about 3.8 seconds behind a step on the podium at the moment. 17 seconds ahead of his teammate Chris Haase in the 15 Share Sport Phoenix car. Then Luca Ludwig, he's only another 19 seconds further back, and he's fairly pushing on as well. It's just about where you hit traffic. Giving up 2 seconds in a zone here, Peter, is, you know, it's not unusual to see that, but it's way better to give up that time getting stuck behind someone than ending up in the wall.
Well, exactly so, and that's where the experience you talked about, Frank Schnippler. You've got to remember that Schnippler's coming up to 50 years age. He's done a lot of this, and he's still at the top of his game. Age is irrelevant. What it does suggest is an amount of experience that he's done and got under his belt, and he's seen it all before. And it's exactly as you just said, John. You know, don't throw it all away for a moment of matters. Maxime Martin just said there that it's not ideal what happened. He was behind another car. He chose to go one side, and the car came back, and that's it. It's the wrong side, and you think the amount of times that we don't see that happen, it's amazing. So it's good. Law of averages is going to happen sometimes, isn't it? I'm not suggesting for 1 minute the other car did anything wrong, so don't get me wrong on that.
It was the bonk BMW.
Yeah, well, there you go. Reigning champions time and time again. So they're not going to do that, are they? So it's the luck of the draw. It happens sometimes, and as Patrick Peter said, it's one of the things you can't help it. Frustrating though.
Oh, very.
And you do feel terrible when you've got to go back to the team. It's not a lull moment, put it that way.
No.
Not have ever been there, of course, but
everybody's been there.
You would be trying if you hadn't.
Somebody once said to me, and it's very rare. I've crashed a race car twice in my life. Both times I did a pretty good. Well, no, actually, the first time I didn't. Hardly did any damage. The second time I did a bit more damage. And in a race, I've never crashed a race car. But somebody said to me when I apologised about I was doing a test. It was when I shunted at the Mazda MX-5, and it was my stupid fault because I got overconfident on tyres that I should have pitted 2 or 3 laps before on. But I was having too much fun, and literally last 5 minutes of the day, and went off at the top of the hill at Road Atlanta, and did the right hand side of the car, looped it to the right hand side, did the right hand side of the car, and somebody said, "Don't worry, you never expect a race. You put a car out on a racetrack. You always have to be ready for the fact, to have the expectation that it will come back bent or broken or in pieces or all of the above. Because that is the nature of what happens on a racetrack.
Prepare for the worst,
hope for the best. It didn't make me feel any better, in fairness. No, I know, but it's not. Yeah, but you say you've got to. It's the nature of the game, isn't it? And it's equally if you're not trying or whatever, then these things aren't going to happen. It's unfortunate as long as people aren't hurt. But cars can be repaired. But it's not ideal. But it's from a driving point of view, you feel bad damaging the vehicle as you were just describing there, John, but also then if it's in position or race or whatever, you feel bad for a team, and that's one of the things I love about endurance racing. It's such a team effort. It's not so singular. Amongst your drivers, your team, all setting that car up as we talked about earlier, to all being able to drive the car to within a certain window, and it's such a team effort. So when it does go wrong, it feels quadruply more irking that you've let everybody else down. Yeah, totally agree. 6 minutes to go. Our leader, Tim Heinemann, has started what will be his last lap, I reckon. We are on lap 26. We will finish on lap 27. My computer prediction was spot on. I thought it was going to be a lap out, if I'm honest. The blue flashing light of the number 44 Falcon, easily seen in the top right-hand side of the windscreen of that car, i.e. opposite the driver, so it doesn't disturb the driver. David Edwards Racing tweets at RSL_studio, hashtag RSL_N24. You go faster not crashing than by going faster and crashing. That's a very, very, that's going into my book as well. Excellent. Very good. It's about, especially as well, for people who don't drive a lot, like me. When I get the opportunity to race, I take it with both hands, of course I do. But you've got to approach it and be sensible. You are not going to be as quick as your teammates who've driven that car all year, or the people around you who've been in that championship all year. It's not up to you to get involved in deciding a championship by trying to pull off a ridiculous manoeuvre and then trying to justify it with the most ridiculous saying of all time. If I didn't go for a gap, I wouldn't be a racing driver. That's a nonsense. That is an absolute nonsense thing. Sorry, it winds me up. However, you want to go out and have fun and make sure you're not a danger. Yeah, absolutely right. But there's no point in doing it. This comes back to consistency. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we, Peter? Do a good lap, then make a mistake. Do a good lap, make 2 mistakes. You know, that's no point. You'd be much better backing it off 5% and finding a pace that you can do comfortably. You'll take less out of the car, less out of the tyres. You might even be able to do a lap or a couple of laps more on your fuel allowance. You might even be able to double stint a set of tyres, which will ultimately save you time, etc., etc., etc. And that's what it's about. Not crashing is a good thing.
But that's what team principals and all the team want is when they're up there on the perch on the pit wall, that you almost, certainly in this level of our sphere of racing, sports car racing, endurance stuff, you almost want to forget about your driver on track, as in that phrase of a safe pair of hands, that they know they'll do it. Obviously they've got to have a certain amount of pace, but there's only going to be a few people that rise to the top, the Nicky Teams, Pittards, Stiflers, etc. And I'm not mentioning a lot of people there unfairly, but of those people, the Kevin Estras, etc., that are exceptional all the time. There's a reason why they're talented. There's a reason why they win races and win championships. Not everybody does, but there's nothing wrong with being, and in fact, you're a stronger team member if you can just sit there within a percentage of the pace, but keep the car on the black bits between the barriers, do a job. And that's what's needed, and it's not to worry, not let your ego get in the way.
Yeah. Is it that Nick Tandy says to everybody, including his son Felix now, who's already won a race in his nascent karting career. Don't. No, he has. I know. Won his second ever race. He was on the podium in his first race, won his second ever race. He always says, black bit grippy, green bit slippy. Yeah. And, very good. News of a penalty coming in here, and it's significant in terms of the class position, at least. This is the 171 Toyo tyres with ring. The Toyota Supra GT4. It's running second in SP10, and they're going to get a 50 second penalty for ignoring flag signals. So where's the next car back? That's the Schmickler Porsche. Now they're more than 50 back, but it's gonna take a dent out of that, and also pit lane speeding. 2 of these now 950. The number 950 came in GT4 Club Sport. 30 seconds time replacement penalty, so that'll go on after the race. 30 seconds for the 119 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, and 45 seconds for another GT3 Cup car. So these are all Cup 2 cars, for ignoring a code 60, so that's 45 there. So I'm going to have a quick look at Cup 2 and see if it's going to do anything. At the moment in Cup 2, it's Black Falcon from Müllner by about a minute. Third is the Avia car, fourth Keir Kramer, fifth Müllner, and ninth Müllner as well. They had to make a late pit stop there. In SP8T, it's the Door Motorsport number 169 Aston that is racing. I have a feeling that was one of the cars that didn't even turn a lap this morning. The SP8T car, listed as Frank Weischer and Sven Schadler, but it's got Oliver Sandberg behind the wheel at the moment. That leads Jimmy Broadbent is, what have we got there? 13, 39, that's a minute and 7, about a minute and a half in arrears. But that looks like another podium for the 150 BMW, as all of a sudden we have yellow flags from Klostertal through to Steilstrecke and on the Grand Prix circuit as well. It is not slowing down our leader, who is on the Dottinger Höhe, and this is the last lap. Time has elapsed. Tim Heinemann will bring home the win in the first of 2 races this weekend, remember. Sven Müller, Nico Menzel and Martin Ragginger listed in that car. I think it's only been Sven and Tim who have driven. 2 corners now as the number 44 Falcon Porsche will lead home a Porsche lockout of the podium. And he comes through flashing his lights. He knows the team are up on the wall. And at just a minute after 9:30 here in the Eifel Mountains, our first race of the weekend in the first competitive part of the Ravenel ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring goes to Falcon. Manthey in second. No, Falcon in second. Ayachan Guven has just been passed for second place. Klaus Bachler has dragged up to Guven. I said he was being caught. Where did he lose that time? He's right there and he's gone through. It's going to be a 1-2 for Falcon Motorsports. That is absolutely crazy again on the last lap. It's still a 1-2-3 for Porsche, but it's a 1-2 for the 44 and the 33 of Falcon Motorsports as Klaus Bachler comes through. Drove with Sven Müller and Julian Andlau was in that car. I don't think Alessio Picariello was. He may drive tomorrow. Chan Guven then, where did he lose the time on that last lap?
I was just going to say, where did Bachler come from? I mean, I didn't even see that happen. Great spot, John, but I didn't even see that happen at all.
Well, there was 5 seconds in Sector 6. There was a second in Sector 5, 5 seconds in Sector 6. There was 3 seconds in Sector 7. And that was it. He was on the tail end of the car then at that point.
Well, Sector 6 is a short bit, and that's from basically Bergwerk up to Kesselchen. And then Sector 7 is Kessel-Klostal onwards right through to Galgenkopf.
Well,
so that's where he made the ground, yeah.
This is a provisional result. There were some yellow flags out around the circuit on that last lap. Scherer Sport had a good run early on, and their 2 Audis, 16 and 15, come home 4th and 5th ahead of Fricadelli, quietly moving into 6th position early on in the race, and obviously depending on the pit stop cycles we're going up and down, but that is a genuine top 6 finish for Fricadelli in the number 1 Ferrari, the only Ferrari 296 GT3 today. Adam Christodoulou started and finished the Get Speed number 130. He finished in 7th. The Sportsline, Abt Sportsline Lamborghini Huracan, the number 27, finishes in 8th. Mick Grenier anchored the Team Get Speed number 9, AMG home to 9th. 10th for Charles Wertz, who did a really good job for BMW Team RMG, did a couple of stints from memory. 72 car is 10th. Robert Renard, owner, driver of Herbert Motorsport, brought the red and white number 5, the fat turbo coloured car, through to 11th in the end, ahead of Lucas Auer for Team Get Speed's Mercedes number 8, the AMG car. Then the Raw Racing number 99, its team car, remember, didn't make the finish after that incident with the Bonk Racing BMW. Sorry, I'm just waiting to see things changing over. No responsibility to either of the drivers involved there. It was a spin by the Bonk car that couldn't be avoided by Max Martin. So 13th for Auer now, actually. So that's Van der Linde and the 99 car to 12th. 13th for Team Get Speed, the 8th. Then Holzer bringing home the Dynamic GT Porsche, the 54. Then Lucas Stoltz for Mercedes in the number 4. That car started right at the back, so they made up half of the field of SP9 in 4 hours. Team Advance, Mercedes was in 16th. 17th for Pro Sports, Aston Martin. Was that the best of the Astons? Yes, it was. Mixed day for Pro Sport, I would say. 17th for the 7. SPX winner for the 4th placed qualifying Glickenhaus SCG 004. And the 706 finishes 18th overall, ahead of Conrad Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan in 19th. Then it was the Lion Speed Porsche, Patrick Niederhauser bringing that car home in 24th, so they made up positions as well. Let's get down into the Parc Fermé and see if we can get some interviews. I think this one's going to be in German, so we'll just keep an eye on that as I keep running down. 20th in class, 21st overall, Jutta Racing for Audi in the number 71. Then the Cup 2 battle, Black Falcon win it by 41 seconds from Müllner Motorsport, the 148 from the 124. Then in 3rd, Avia with the number 120. Kay Kramer with the 121 in 4th. Müllner in 5th with their 122. And in 6th, Black Falcon. Kay Kramer Racing's 112. Next up, 7th in Cup 2. Then Klick Versicherungs team in the 119 in 8th. 9th for Müllner Motorsport and 10th for Huber Motorsport. That's how they finished. The other class winners then in SP8T, Duo Motorsport in the 169 Aston. Ahead of the 150 BMW, that's a Jimmy Broadbent car, another podium for them. Cup 3, Avia W&S Motorsports, they were 38th with their 962. Hyundai won in a very credible 40th overall in the 830. The Toyo tyres with Ring Racing, 170 car took SP10 in 43rd. SP11th was the SP11 was the KTM from Duo Motorsport, that was 46th overall. 51st overall, the Subaru, the number 88 won SP4T. AT Alternative Fuels in 61st position for Max Kreuzer Racing, their number 10. Plus Line Racing held on to SP7 in 64th with their number 80 car. Then the Adrenaline Motorsport team Manhattan Wheels winning cars, all in the 70s actually. 70th position for the 650, which won the 240i class. The 500 was one place further back and won the rear-wheel drive VT2. And I've just realised he's speaking in English, so I should have shut up, sorry. Of course, I missed that because I was too busy reading down. Apologies for that. This is the 3rd place car I'm talking to now, I think. I was in the middle of the Adrenaline cars. 396 was in 74th, won V6. 444 was in 79th place and won V5. That's your 4 Adrenaline winners. Hoffa Racing finished 82nd and won SP6 with their 207. The front-wheel drive VT2 winner was Team Mertens Motorsport in the 491. V4 was the 702 in 93rd. They weren't headed either. Hoffa by Bonk won the BMW class in 103rd, and 115th position was the Dacia. Still cars coming through, so important to keep an eye on what's going on down through the field. We're still waiting for the second place car in BMW 240i class, the adrenaline, that which is another adrenaline car. For actually, both of those two cars have not yet finished, so I might have been a bit previous there. Let's have a look at those two. So what a race, Peter, and what a result for Falken Motorsports, beating the mites of what they would say were the bigger tyre companies. That is a landmark result for Falken Motorsports and Porsche, first and second.
Well, it's just dream, isn't it? And bagging that second place, you say, on the last lap. I mean, it was a Porsche lockout, as we said, but it was Manthey with Grello that was in second place, and just to be pipped on the very last little bit, just extraordinary. As you said, where he made up the time there, Backler was through the fastest bit to the circuit, out at the back, the Klosterschall up to the carousel, etc., and just got that run down to the Dottinghoe, and then that draft down there, and just pulled away. Absolutely extraordinary. But you can't get a better result, can you? 1-2. I mean, why turn up tomorrow? They've proven it.
Well,
they will.
Other drivers to cycle through, I would have thought. Yes.
Well, that's exactly
Tim Heinemann. Yeah, Tim Heinemann, by the way, saying, my first victory ever on the Nordschleifer. It's a special feeling. Now all we have to do is do it again in the 24-hour race. Very quickly, this is part of a championship. So in the fight for the NLS championship, the Hyundai number 491 and the number 650 BMW M240 are both now three-peaters. They have won each of the 3 races in the championship. Remember, this unusually is a round of the VLN, as is tomorrow's race. So those two are perfect in their championships. And remember, it's an overall championship throughout all the classes. So they jointly lead the classes at the moment. A reminder of the top 3, all Porsches. 44 and 33, your 2 Falkens, then the Manthey EMA car in third. 2 Audis for Sherry Sport Phoenix, 16 and 15. Then the Ferrari of Fricadelli, the Ferrari. Best of the Mercs down in 7th. Lamborghini, a quiet run to 8th position for Abt Sportsline. Get Speed with 2 cars in the top 10. They're 9th as well for the number 9. And then the first BMW, 10th position, and nearly 3 minutes away from the leader on a 4-hour race. That will not go down well in Munich, will it? Let's be honest about that.
I think one of the things, we've said this before with the BMWs, that they're either right at the front or they're just not. They don't ever seem to be. We mentioned that.
Didn't seem to be a factor today, Peter, did they?
No, exactly. They just weren't a consideration, were they? Which they won't want us to hear us saying, and nobody's criticising them. But yeah, we said about the Porsches. They're always there or thereabouts, whether it be Manthey or Falken. In this case, 1, 2, and 3 for Manthey. But the BMWs, it's either feast or famine with them, and I can't quite work out why.
Yes, the rest of the results for you watching the screen. We've done all of the class winners. I'm just having a quick glance down to make sure nothing changed at the end there.
Just on that note, John, the Lamborghini that you said was quite the older spec one, the number 7 car, that is still slowly making its way through. It's only just come through, only just got onto the Dottinghoe now.
That's Salman Sufi.
Correct, yeah.
Behind that. And at 8:20, he's had a problem on that last lap, because he was slow, and then desperately slow in a sector that should have been 2.5 minutes. He was 8.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So, I know there's yellow flags out there, but that is very slow. Let's make sure he gets to the end, just inside the top 20. And at the moment, of course, has shown a lap down.
Because it was on the lead lap, yeah.
Yeah, it will be on the lead lap when it finishes, but where will it drop down to? That's the question. Waiting for that car to come through. Post-race technical inspections to come. The 1-2-4 has been given a penalty for non-respect of the flag signals. These are all coming in right now, and so there will be some slight changes, but not in the top positions. The best front-wheel drive car in 40th position overall, and that again is the 830 Hyundai Elantra. Really good. Let's see. Klaus Bachler saying congratulations to the sister car. He's in the 33. We were unlucky with the code 60 phase. We got in a lap earlier, then hit the code 60. That took about 30 seconds, but the performance was good. In the end, we passed the Grello, even though it was difficult with the traffic. So a little bit of news there. Just a quick word about tomorrow, because we have another 4-hour race. But before that, make sure you set your alarms, because we are going to be doing the top qualifying, as it is called, and that is 10:30 Central European Summertime, 9:30 in the UK. That will take about an hour. Then we'll have an hour's break and be back for the 4-hour race, which is at, I think green flag is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, isn't it? So yeah, that's about right. So the usual build-up, but remember that's quick start in the morning, 9:30 in the UK, 10:30 Central European Summertime for the top qualifying, where we line up the cars and send them off at intervals. Got the podium ceremonies to come. It was not a day to be driving VW Scirocco's. They both had problems, but in the darkness here with the night closing in, some final thoughts from... Oh, well, in fact, we don't even have time for that, because it sounds like Patrick Simon is about to do the podium celebration. So let's hand over to the formalities.
ADAC 24 Stunden Nürburgring Qualifiers und freuen uns auf die ersten 3 im Gesamt. Los geht's mit den Drittplatzierten für Mantai EMA, ADAC und Thomas Preining. Das sind die Drittplatzierten nach der Distanz von 4 Stunden und Teil Nummer 1. Wir machen weiter mit Platz Nummer 2 für Falken Motorsport. Julian Andlauer und Klaus Bachler. Und Sieg beim ADAC 24 Stunden Nürburgring Qualifiers, ebenfalls für das Team von Falken Motorsport. Der Doppelsieg, und der geht an Sven Müller und Tim Heinemann. Und zu Ehren der Gesamtsieger die Hymne der Bundesrepublik Deutschland. Die Vorstandsvorsitzende mit den Trophäen für unsere Platzierten. Und da starten wir mit den Drittplatzierten, da starten wir mit den Mantai EMA-Piloten. Und das sind Ayatcan Güven und Thomas Preining, die Drittplatzierten mit dem Porsche 911. GT3er. Ja, Can, easy. You get a second trophy. Ja, das auch noch für den dritten, genau. Sehr schön. Heute bekommt jeder einen Pokal. Platz 2. Und das Falkenauto mit der 33. Julian Blauer und Klaus Bachler. Die Trophäe mit der 2. Und den Dreifach-Sieg aus dem Hause Porsche, den macht Falken Motorsport komplett mit den Gesamtsiegern Sven Müller und Tim Heinemann. Die Trophäe mit der 1. Und noch ein Vorschluss. Vielen Dank für die Leistung und Glückwunsch an die erfolgreichen Piloten. Das erste Podium ADAC 24 Stunden Qualifiers mit Falken Motorsports auf 1 und 2 und der Manta EMA-Mannschaft. Und Gentlemen, jetzt nochmal zusammenrücken für das Foto. Verabschieden werden wir uns gleich und dann gibt es die Champagnerdusche. Für die erfolgreichen Piloten sagen wir Danke für Teil 1 heute und freuen uns auf morgen. Ein sichtlich beduselter Ayatollah kommt vorbeigelaufen. Schön, dass Sie mit uns waren an diesem ersten Renntag. Und dann freuen wir uns auf morgen 10:30 Uhr geht es wieder los. Hier in der grünen Hürde mit dem ADAC 24 Stunden Qualifiers. Habt einen schönen Abend. Dankeschön.
Die Nürburgring-Nordschleife, die längste Rennstrecke der Welt.
Eins der Top-Rennen, was man in seinem Leben einmal gefahren haben muss.
Das 24-Stunden-Rennen ist für mich persönlich das härteste und auch schwierigste Rennen der Welt.
Die größte Sportveranstaltung Deutschlands.
Die Hütte ist brechend voll. Das wird eine ganz große Party.
Die Ampel ist grün, es geht los! Es geht rein in die grüne Hölle!
Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten. Und ich glaube, der wird sich jetzt entwickeln.
In jeder Phase des Rennens geht es um jede Sekunde, um jedes Detail. Und diese Bilder immer wieder faszinieren. Oh, da verliert das Auto. Achtung, der nächste Einschlag. Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann.
Lecco mio.
Ich zuck da immer zusammen.
Also ich habe ja im Motorsport schon alles erlebt. Aber das habe ich ja noch nie erlebt.
Und hier, das sind die Bilder, auf die wir gewartet haben. Das ist der absolute Hammer.
Also ganz im Ernst, die Fans auf der Nürburgring Nordschleife sind ganz, ganz, ganz besonders.
...200 Blutdruck, würde ich sagen, ne? Aber ansonsten geht's mir gut.
Was für ein Moment hier in der Boxengasse. Alle liegen sich in den Armen, es wird gefeiert.
Jeder, der bis jetzt rausgekommen ist, war begeistert und spricht davon, was er hier Tolles bislang erlebt.